Howlin Squalin Quist Tiliknamat Tla Squamish Okmeo. Welcome to the Squamish Nation, unceded and traditional territory. I am Councillor Chris Pettingill, acting mayor for the month of February. I guess it's my last day, and I'm chairing today's committee of the whole. With that, I'll ask for a motion for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor French, Councillor Greenlaw seconds. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And moving quickly, I'll pass it to Ms. Neal from the Downtown BIA for, well, I'll let you tell us what you're talking to us about.
Towards me. Is that good? Okay. Okay. Thanks everybody for having me. My name is Kerry Neal. I am the Executive Director for the Downtown Squamish Business Improvement Association. I have been with the BIA for a couple of years. I joined in the summer of 2020. It was a very interesting time to take over this organisation. I am joined today by two of my board members, Adrienne Bouchard, who's our president, and Katie Yui, who is one of our directors. So they're here to support me from behind. No heckling. I'm grateful that the BIA gets this opportunity today to talk to you about all the wonderful things that we're doing in the community. Okay. Excuse me, I'm a bit of a paper lapper too, because just bear with me. That makes a lot of noise. I'll start with the Downtown Squamish's vision. The Downtown Squamish is a thriving business district, culturally, economically vibrant, promoting an inclusive and diverse community that is welcoming to all. Our mission is to provide value to our members, to keep our downtown beautiful, and to support our businesses in achieving economic success. We advocate on behalf of our businesses and collaborate with others to create a sustainable, equitable, and cultural accessible downtown Squamish. Through a number of ways, we promote our downtown businesses to achieve financial success, beautification. We engage the community, enhance the beautification of downtown. We support and engage our business membership, and we advocate on behalf of our businesses. A little bit about us. We were established in 2006. The Downtown Squamish BIA is an association that works in partnership with small businesses and property owners in downtown Squamish. We are creating a culturally and economically vibrant and thriving downtown core by undertaking a number of programs, which include branding, marketing, social media beautification, community events, commercial tenant recruitment and advocacy. And our work is to attract footfall to our catchment area, whether that's through events, marketing campaigns, advocacy, or beautification. Supporting our business and property owners is actually our priority. We have a great team. I am the only staff member of the BIA, and I report to 9 directors made up of downtown Squamish business owners. And at the end of 2022, we were sitting at 214 members. The Downtown Squamish has 4 key program and service areas. Oh, it worked. Yay. Sorry. I wasn't sure. And we have different titles to these things. I'll explain it a little bit more about what each of those 4 key program areas are. We provide and promote initiatives, campaigns, and events that become known throughout the community, ensuring that both local and visiting public are aware of and support the services and retail in the downtown core. The second one is street enhancement. So we lead and support street enhancement projects with our members to maintain a welcoming downtown and bring in more awareness and footfall and traffic into downtown. Foot traffic, not more traffic, foot traffic, sorry, into downtown. With regards to safety and crime, we support and promote a crime-free downtown, providing the resources needed to keep our members informed about matters relating to safety and what is going on in the downtown core in relation to crime. And then advocacy and member relations. We advocate for our members on land use planning, developments and related business issues in downtown by working closely with the district and other members to identify and find solutions. In addition to these program areas, our strategic plan is also has a structure around operations and governance for the BIA. And we have developed key commitments for the board, staff and volunteers and the overall marketing of our organisation. Back to those program areas, we have some 5-year goals, and I'm just going to put them up and not read them out to you if you can look. And I just want to speak to, I don't want to get too far in the weeds of our strategic plan. It's a big plan, but suffice to say, we have these 4 key program areas. These are our goals, our 5-year plan goals. One of the areas we're really focusing right now is our advocacy and member relations. We'll shortly be sending out our annual survey to the members to confirm that we are still heading in the right direction on our priorities. And then we are looking to host 3 power lunches over the course of the year to bring our members together, to talk collaboration, to talk about our priorities, and to have invited speakers there. It's been a long time since the BIA members have all been in a room together, and it's time that we start bringing everybody together. In relation to the district of Squamish, we are fortunate to be connected with so many departments at the district of Squamish. More closely, our work is with recreation, arts and culture on events and activations downtown, and the team economic development. You can see we have what we've been involved with regards to economic development over the last few years. The COVID-19 response here for Squamish, the patio and parks program, the business census, and more recently, I reached out to economic development to chat about a pilot program for a facade improvement, a program that will help to improve the appearance of commercial buildings downtown, obviously enhance the streetscape and make a more aesthetically pleasing downtown. And last year, we worked with the Climate Change and Sustainability Department and our Squamish Placemaking Society to bring the first Open Street Day to downtown. I just wanted to show the BIA's alignment with the overall OCP goals. The overall and very common goal here is making downtown Squamish desirable and a welcoming place to live, work and play. In relation to the larger OCP goals, I can confirm that the BIA are already focusing on a number of these, which I've highlighted in this slide. With regards to downtown Squamish, we are focusing on downtown land uses in the public realm. With regards to climate change mitigation and adaptation, we have a focus on active transportation and communicating that through open street days. With regards to transportation and mobility, we have a focus on regional transportation, downtown transit and active transportation infrastructure. With regards to public safety, we have a focus on community safety and emergency preparedness communication. That's something I've been speaking with communication here at the district recently, following the recent floods and snow and all those things, how we can share the information quickly or assist in getting that out to the community. With regards to economic development, we have a focus on employment, training, business growth, and supporting the economic development of downtown. Sorry, take a breath. Okay, community health and wellness. We have a focus on inclusion, accessibility, and our stretched health system. It affects our downtown business community as well as it does everybody else across the town. With regards to arts, culture, and heritage, we have a focus to develop downtown Squamish as a major destination and hosting events to promote local economic development. We just want to create downtown to be the hub and vibrant and improve access and promote the benefits of access to arts, public health, and more recently, public art, sorry, and more recently, preserving art and culture that we're creating. I want to just touch on the fact we are we have many community partners in Squamish now. A huge priority for me when I came into this role was to create community partnerships. The first thing I noticed when I started with the BIA is we were a bit of a lone wolf. We didn't really have that many partnerships within the community. We seemed to be by ourselves, and I thought that's neither efficient use of our time or helpful in meeting the goals. So first port of call for me was to reach out to other groups in the community. And as you can see here, over the last couple of years, we've made some big leaps. We've worked with our Squamish Placemaking Society, creating downtown planters, Open Street Day, the covered bike parking, and we're now supporting the Second Avenue parklet that they are putting forward. Tourism Squamish and Chamber of Commerce, we work with them on Light Up Squamish, support local videos, and we sit on an advocacy committee together. Squamish Arts, working with them for Squamish Mural Walk and Squamish Art Walk, which I'll speak to a little bit later. And then the Rotary Club of Squamish, the Pumpkin Patch, and the Men's Shed Society, who I think some of you know, because you might have got a preview of our sled, for the 2020 Santa Sleigh project. And yeah, they created this amazing sleigh, and Liesl Peterson come and painted it for us. So yeah, everybody was helping. And we're exploring possible collaborations with a number of other groups within our community. Pride, Squamish Youth Council, Community Futures, Squamish Nation, Squamish Can. How many times can you say Squamish in a presentation? And Squamish Mobility and Accessibility Committee. I pulled this from the official community plan. I won't read it to you because I'm sure you know, but when we, I just wanted to let you know that when we review current initiatives and events, or are looking to organise new ones as the BIA, we are constantly reviewing district and community goals to make sure we are aligned. At the end of the day, we feel that although our mandates might vary, we're all singing from the same song sheet, and it's our priority, everybody's priority is the commitment to health of Squamish. And then that just leads me on to talk to you about our events and activations. And I will go through these pretty quickly, looking at my time, sorry. One of our goals is to activate downtown Squamish through inclusive and sustainable events. We want to attract local community and tourism, and we want to bring footfall to downtown and in the doors of our downtown businesses. I just wanted to give you a roundup of our current community events: the Mural Walk, Open Street Day, Pumpkin Patch in the Park, and the Squamish Holiday Parade. And in 2023, if we receive funding from Celebrate Canada, which we should hear any day now, we're looking to add this an event called Squamish Celebrates Canada, a journey to reconciliation, and I will speak to that a little bit on that slide, as well as a possible Earth Day festival. Sorry. Okay. And just to touch on the Squamish Mural Walk, it was born in 2021 at a pivotal moment for the BIA as we created our 5-year plan. I was inspired by Alex Folks' Welcome to Squamish mural, and soon realised that Alex and I shared a similar vision for showcasing the murals downtown, and we were both very keen to add more. So the Squamish Mural Walk was born. I also have to give kudos to Kat Kunze, who is coming up after me, but she was pivotal in the programming and supporting this, even before she was Executive Director of Squamish Arts, and she's been an amazing ally and advisor on this project. For 2023, we're actually looking to identify a greater percentage of artists from underrepresented groups and communities. You can see here in 2021 where we were at. 7 artists, an art and culture grant. We raised 41,000 in additional funding by leveraging the arts and culture grant, and it was over 120 in volunteer hours. And in 2022, we had 11 artists. Again, we got the arts and culture grant, but we also raised an additional 53,000 in funding and in-kind support. So it just shows you that with the support of the grants, how we can leverage that to bring funding from other parts of the community. And that offered 200 volunteer hours an open street day. And we are looking for 2023 to actually join forces with the Squamish Art Walk, so we can offer more programming and live music performance, pulling those resources together, as I mentioned before, you know, singing from the same song sheet. And we're also applying for the mural walk for a grant from the Fairs, Festival and Events Fund. Okay. Open Street Day, we were honoured to ask to co-organise the Open Street Day with our Squamish Placemaking Society and the District of Squamish, and we ran that alongside the Mural Walk last year. Our hope is to work with our Squamish and the District to make this an annual or biannual event. Yeah, I mean, basically it celebrates the vibrancy of downtown. It has a focus on active transportation. The Pumpkin Patch in the Park is a partnership with the Rotary Club of Squamish. We make it as accessible and affordable as possible, using sponsorship and volunteers to reduce the overall budget, and then donating all the proceeds to a chosen charity or non-for-profit in the society, in the community. In 2022, we raised over $4,000, and we were able to donate that to Sea to Sky Allies. For anyone that doesn't know who they are, they're an organisation that provides education support and resources for parents and caregivers of 2S LGBTQ plus children and youth in our community. Some of the funds have gone towards them creating a sustainable brand and logo, promotional material, merchandising, and to ensure that they have monthly meetups that are safe and build community around their education. And they provide educational resources. Each year we donate to a different nonprofit. So Squamish Search and Rescue, Under One Roof, the Women's Centre, they've all been recipients of this. And the kind of feedback we get is that donations like this allows community groups to do their work or to help them do their work. Okay. The Squamish Holiday Parade kind of speaks for itself. The event was attended by over 4,000 people. It had a hiatus of 2 years because, you know, there was a pandemic, but it didn't stop people coming out in December. As I mentioned, the Menshire built the sleigh. The current funding comes from the BIA and sponsorship and in-kind support. There was a couple of issues with the holiday parade that we do need to address for this year. I think the biggest one was the route, the parking, the transit, and the chaos to get out of downtown after the event. So that's something that we're addressing. Squamish Celebrates Canada. I spoke to that before. This event is something that we're putting forward. The feedback that we've got from the community is that people do want to celebrate Canada and everything it is to this growing town. So our thought was to have Squamish Celebrates Canada, a journey forward to reconciliation, and really work it around what Squamish is and what it wants to become. And we are very hopeful the Squamish Nation will be playing a vital role in the planning, education, and execution of this. Alongside the Squamish Nation, the District of Squamish, Tourism, Squamish Arts, Chamber and Pride, and other relevant voices. It will be a full day of thoughtful programming, and it'll give all the attendees an opportunity to appreciate the diversity of the community. And we also look to incorporate an open street day, and fingers crossed the funding comes from Celebrate Canada grant. And some sponsorship, and maybe even the partner organisations if we're fortunate enough. And I'm just going to quickly touch on this, because I know I don't have a huge amount of time, but Earth Day, it's proposed for 2020. It would be an Earth Day festival and focus on the different ways we care about the earth and how we want to decrease our human impact on our own community. And we would like to look at the issues that are addressed within the Community Climate Action Plan and align that and invite other partners in to help us successfully execute that. Okay. You'll be pleased to know this is my last slide. This is my little summary. Okay. We will continue to promote and support our membership and successfully advocate for their interests, while continuing to create this vibrant, inclusive downtown with accessible initiatives and campaigns and events. We have a desire to collaborate with the district to support the implementation of the BIA strategic plan and the OCP by finding alignments in our shared goals. We have already been working with Recreation, Arts and Culture to deliver activations and events, and we are in communication with Economic Development Team to find aligned service and program initiatives. But I'm sure there's many more avenues that we can explore together. On that note, I want to acknowledge the value of an integrated process and that working together is much more effective than working alone. And we would like the opportunity to explore the possibility of a partnership with the District of Squamish, which would be in line with our current bylaw, and specifically to support our strategic plan priorities to implement the sustainable events. The BIA also recognises that the District of Squamish has an annual planning process where it considers the 5-year financial plan, and we understand there's limited funding. So for now, we're very keen to just explore further collaborations with the district to leverage grants and funding outside of the municipality. Okay. I can't thank you enough for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the downtown Squamish businesses and the BIA today. I think it's a while since we've had our time in council chambers, a really long time since we've updated you on what we're doing. And if it didn't come across, we are very passionate and very committed to making downtown accessible, beautiful, activated for everybody, for our community and for our tourists. Thanks.
Thank you. I think anyone who's been downtown in the last couple of years has seen the just massive increase in vibrancy, especially on weekends. It's fantastic, and it's clear the BIA has had a major role in that. So thank you. Council, any questions? Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that presentation. That was action-packed. You covered a lot of ground very quickly. I'm curious about any thoughts on the current BIA boundary. So to the north, it's at Pemberton Avenue. So that excludes Squamish Station, Jumar, and McDonald's, 7-Eleven, Petrocan. So my first question is the future of possible expansion to the north, and then I'm going to come back with the second question that'll focus on the south. But maybe you could just share any thoughts you might have and whether the board has had any discussions about northern expansion of the boundary.
Thanks for the question, Councillor French. It's definitely something that comes up in our conversations. We have had businesses reach out to us from the north side, specifically a business in the Vantage building, because they actually fall outside of our catchment. Our catchment is the south side of the road. What we actually did last year was activate an associate membership. So if your business was adjacent to our boundaries, that you could apply for associate membership. And the board decided that there would be 5 of those granted for 2022, 2023. But it's definitely something that comes up in our conversation, especially as our town grows. I think there was before me, so I'm speaking hopefully correctly, that there was conversations with the strip mall, so where Nesta's is and where Save On Foods, but I don't think there was a huge support to become part of the BIA. And I am assuming that might be related to the fact that the special levy that's put on is related, it comes down to what's the BC assessment of your property. So I would think probably the bigger bigger businesses like Save On Foods and Nesta's probably weren't supportive. But I can definitely look into that a little bit more and give you some more information.
Yeah, perfect. And you're reminding I left out Chieftain Center Mall. that area is also currently excluded. So, and now to the south is a little bit different because there are no established businesses yet at the oceanfront, but we all know there will be. So do you have any unique and different thoughts about potential expansion to the south?
I think it's definitely something we will explore. We are in the third year of in 2026, we will be looking at a renewal of our bylaws. And I think what we have to do as an organisation over the next couple of years is actually reach out to our current members and put value on what we're doing to make sure that they're in support of us expanding our boundaries. Because I think that's really important that our current membership are on board. I would like to think that we will expand the BIA and that we will go into these other areas. And to speak to the development that we have on 3rd Avenue, because as of now, our to the east and west, it's Loggers Lane to 2nd Avenue, and we have a small little cutout area on 3rd. So there are businesses on 3rd Avenue that also aren't part of the BIA. So yes, I think as we move towards our bylaw renewal in 2026, this is something that we need to address.
Hey, thanks for pointing out that 3rd Avenue angle because I overlooked that as well. Thanks, Chair. That's great.
Okay, Mayor Herford.
Thank you for the presentation. It was action-packed, as Councillor French pointed out, and such a list of accomplishments. It's really remarkable, and thank you so much for all that work. I was happy to see that Open Street Day was successful and viewed as such by you and your membership. And this Earth Day piece as pending. I'm just curious when we may know more about that, because that's really exciting, and it's sort of the first one chronologically on your list of events. So could you speak more to when we could potentially know more about that, or if it is
when my
something?
board approves it and I put it to them. No, it's really just something that's kind of come up recently, and I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to look for to activate downtown in like shoulder seasons. So we have a lot of events that come through in the summer. So if we can look at something like to happen in the springtime, we already have the pumpkin patch in the fall. So and I'm very passionate about the earth and sustainability, and I believe so is our community. Obviously, our district is as well. So I think it would be something that we'll bring to the table. It really all depends on funding and what funding that we get this year through the grants that we're applying for. But I hope that it will be something definitely over the next couple of months that we will be able to share more information on. And I haven't yet reached out to the potential partners that I'm planning to chat this through with. So yeah, but I thought you guys would like to hear about it.
You thought right from my perspective, so thank you for that. And I really am I really like seeing that Open Street Day concept is something that the downtown BIA sees opportunity with, and incorporating into future that sort of ability to have an Open Street Day as viewed as an opportunity to incorporate that into your events. And I think that was sort of had been the hope that would be the outcome, and having gone through sort of that experiment phase can further refine that, so it is it can be a bit an ongoing benefit. I think that's great. I had some questions around last we discussed the sort of the bylaw renewal here. There were questions around the boundaries, so I'm happy to hear some discussion around that point, and I look forward to that date that is a little over the horizon, but these things seem to sneak up on us. So I'd love to it's great to hear that will be sort of flushed out by the time we get there, and that won't be a new concept, because I do think it's an important one, and to sort of understand why we're drawing the lines where we are, whatever that is, I think is going to be important to support that discussion. But we're getting into very future, so we'll leave that there. I was curious around the in your strategic plan, the support and promote safe and crime-free downtown. I just wonder if you could speak to any specific actions or planning around that piece in particular, because it kind of jumped out at me, and I'd love to know more about that particular piece.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mayor Herford. Yeah, so I think it's really important, and something that we're really looking at right now is actually having communications with the RCMP. Since the RCMP moved out of downtown, we haven't had much communication. But what we're really looking at is actually opening those doors so we can find out more about what's actually happening downtown, so we can keep our membership informed. We also spearheaded last year one of our board directors who's here with us today, Katie, a Second Avenue task force. We talk about lighting on those streets, safety for the businesses that are open a little bit later at night. So they're the kind of discussions that we're having. First of all, highlighting the issues that we see, and then looking to find those solutions.
Great, thank you. Just one more comment. I was happy to hear about the power lunches. Is that what you called them?
That's not, sorry.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. No, I think it's great to get everyone together when you don't have business necessary to move forward like you do in a meeting. And I would express my interest in attending one of these if you thought that was appropriate or helpful. But I think it's a great opportunity and to just get everyone together in general. And I'll try to invite myself there along the way as I make that comment.
You
So
don't need
I'll
to
leave it
invite
there.
yourself.
Thank
You're
you.
very welcome.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Stoner, and then I think we'll wrap it up for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, few questions. Thanks for the presentation. The passion comes through strong. The first question, you mentioned about some interest in a partnership agreement. And I know a few years ago, we changed the way that we provide community enhancement grants. And I'm wondering if you can just reflect a little bit on what's working and what's not for you as the downtown BIA in this new scenario.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the question, Councillor Stoner. So yes, a few years ago it was changed, and now for us to get any funding for any of our events indirectly through the municipality, we apply to Squamish Arts, and which is fabulous and fantastic. And we obviously put together a good application that we do get funding. But the way I see it is that there's also lots of other amazing projects, like grassroots things that need to also happen. And while we take a big amount of funding from Squamish Arts, these other arts and culture things might not necessarily get off the ground. And while we appreciate the support and obviously, we do the work, I personally would, or our organisation would rather come and have a partnership with the District of Squamish and have a thing in place where it supports all of our activations and events in downtown Squamish.
Okay, that's helpful. And just for clarification, so part of the enhancement grants got moved to Squamish Arts and then part to the Squamish Community Foundation. So have you gotten any grants through the Squamish Community Foundation, or is that not applicable?
No, we're not allowed to apply to both organisations. So we can only apply for one. And so what was the thing that needed the funding the most was the Squamish Mural Walk.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe just a question to staff in terms of when our next review of that policy comes up and when we might want to start thinking about reflecting on that and how that might change, and the request for a partnership agreement, which I'm hearing more from a diversity of community partners. And so I'm just curious if we've given that any thought from a staff perspective.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may, that's a great question, Councillor Stoner. The agreements with the two groups that are providing the grants to the community are up for renewal in 2024. So that means that we will have grants to go out in 2024, and then those agreements can be looked at again. Staff are open to council's direction in terms of where you want us to go. If you want a refresh of the program, if there are other partners that you're looking at including, or that you want to consider as part of the renewal of the agreements.
Fantastic. Thank you. It's helpful to have that time frame, and thank you for coming forward with the context of what is and what isn't working. My other question, just briefly building on Mayor Herfer's question, is the piece around member and customer safety jumped out at me as well in terms of your strategic plan, and appreciate that might be a growing concern downtown. I'm just curious, the RCMP is one avenue for collaboration. I am hoping that maybe you've also reached out to Helping Hands, and in particular their community outreach team, and just how we think about building broader community safety in the downtown core, and that partnership between the business community, our folks who are harder to house, and the residents of the downtown core.
We haven't reached out to Under One Roof, so I appreciate that comment. So yeah, that's definitely an avenue we can explore. They are the feet on the ground down there, so I think yeah, it would be important. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Again, lots of exciting stuff. Anyone who's gone downtown can see that. So thank you once again to everyone who's contributing to that. And I will invite Squamish Arts to come up next. And is it Ms. Coons or Coonsey? Coonsey. Okay, I made that mistake before, so I'm glad I asked. So are we?
If I may, Chair, I just have an overview that I would like to give to council before Catherine presents. That's okay?
Sure, yeah. So I will turn it over to you, Ms. Morris, and yeah, take us away.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sarah Morris, and I am the Manager of Arts and Culture for the District of Squamish. My pronouns are she, her, so feel free to address me in that manner. I'm joined today by Catherine Coonsey from the Squamish Arts Council, and before, sorry, I'm going to rephrase, Squamish Arts, they've dropped the council. It's a hard habit to kick, but that's their new name, so here we are. And I'm going to just give council a quick overview of the 3 agreements that we have in place with this organization, because it is a little bit confusing if you don't deal with it on a day-to-day basis. We have 3 agreements in place. The first one being the community partnership agreement, and that is related to the community partnership policy. The funding is $45,000, and that sits in the arts and culture operational annual budget. That agreement is up for renewal this year, so highlighted in red there. The second agreement is the public art agreement, and that is funded through the public art policy. 1% of capital funding per year goes to public art in the community, 50,000 of which is included in an agreement with Squamish Arts, who run a public art program. That agreement is also up for renewal this year. And then the third agreement is the community grants agreement, which is valued at $54,000, and that will be up for renewal in 2024. Thank you. So the purpose of the community partnership agreement is to provide funding stability for Squamish Arts. This enables them to have a platform in which to operate every year, to employ a staff member, and gives them the ability to leverage additional funding through grants from the provincial and federal government. The agreement requires the Squamish Arts Group to provide an annual work plan, which is presented to the Director of Recreation. And the initiatives in that plan need to align with the Arts, Culture and Heritage Strategy and also with the OCP. It encourages collaboration to enhance the arts sector in Squamish and requires an annual presentation to Council. And the public art agreement, so related to the public art policy, the public art advisor is a partner of the district who run the public art program on behalf of the District of Squamish. The program is presented to the Director of Recreation in an annual work plan, and the Squamish Arts Group are responsible for initiating public art competitions, advising on inventory management, and as part of that agreement, they need to present to council on the program every year. And finally, the community arts and culture grants, as we just referenced in the previous presentation, the Squamish Arts Group are one of our grant partners. They distribute a certain amount of money through grants every year to the community on behalf of the district. And as part of that agreement, the Squamish Arts Group write a report to the CAO who approves the grants. And then they distribute the funding annually and present to council. So that's the 3 agreements that Catherine is going to be presenting on today. And I can hand it over to her.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Since I'm new to some of you on council, I'll do a quick introduction of myself. I'm Kat Kunze, I go by she, her. I've done work as the executive director at Squamish Arts since September of 2021. However, I was before that involved with the board since October of 2019, so I'm very familiar with the organization. Before moving to Squamish around 7 years ago, I received my MBA and also a master's in arts management in a program that was created to create arts leadership. I also worked in museums and in music festivals, and the reason that I bring that up is because that's some of the core competencies for the role as a leader of Squamish Arts, and I'm happy to bring that experience to bring more arts and culture to Squamish. So starting with what we'll look at today, I'll do a brief introduction of the organization, then we'll look at the 3 agreements that Sarah introduced to us, and then looking at what comes next for the future of our organization. So the Squamish Arts mission is to raise awareness of and improve access to arts and culture in Squamish while supporting local artists. Our vision is where arts and culture are embedded into the fabric of Squamish's community and considered a vital component of its identity. And hopefully you'll see that through the programming that I'll talk about soon. So really exciting. We did a branding update that was launched in 2022. As Sarah talked about, we did drop the word council from our name. This was to align a bit better with our neighbors like Arts Whistler and North Van Arts, but also because the word council was confusing towards people who didn't necessarily understand like council here versus us as a council. Additionally, we found that this was a great opportunity to really look at our organization as a community-based arts organization instead of a council. And so it gave us an opportunity to both rebrand as Squamish Arts, but also to rebrand all of our sub-brands and programs. So you'll see that now there's one cohesive brand identity tying not only us as an organization, but all of our main programs together. We also changed the name of Squamish Wind Festival for the Arts, which was, again, confusing to people who didn't understand the difference between Windfest and Kite Clash, which were at one point more similar. I think at one point they were together, and then after separating many, many years ago, that became very confusing to people. So we now have Squamish Arts Festival, no confusion. And so happy to show that to you today. We also launched a new strategic plan in 2022. This 3-year strategic plan was built on a lot of community consultation and also the board's direction. And we were able to bring an outside consultant to help pull that information together. The 4 strategic priorities are listed here. So they really look at capacity building, equity, diversity, inclusion, accessibility, and decolonization, programming and awareness, and also deepening our community collaborations. And that is on our website. So I invite anyone that's interested in more information to go check that out. So the first agreement I'll start with is our partnership agreement. I've broken this into 2 different categories, being youth and public programs. The first, looking at youth programs, would be Amped in the Park. This was a program that was started in 2017. This year, it has grown and become something really beautiful. Not that it wasn't always, but it just keeps growing. So we had seven nights this year with 28 different performances, over 1,000 audience members, and 28 volunteer hours. This is primarily a volunteer-run program, and we're very lucky to have extremely passionate volunteers for this program. Something that's unique about this program is it allows us to give emerging artists the opportunity to perform, sometimes for the first time in their lives. And so it does work with mostly youth, although we do have some older performers. Additionally, it gives us the opportunity to help train youth in sound engineering. So we have specifically one youth that we worked with last year who Brian, one of our engineers, was telling me, like, he has such a good ear. This is amazing. And so not only is it for the performers, but for people learning how to work in sound design. And then something that was enabled through Amped that I just wanted to comment on was that in 2017, the district allowed us to provided the funding to purchase a PA system that could also be used as a community asset. And so we let other nonprofit groups use this PA system with our trusted sound techs for asking them to just pay an honorarium to the techs to work it. Sometimes our very passionate sound techs offer to work it for free for events that they find they would like to support. So for instance, Truth and Reconciliation Day was completely free use of the PA system, and all because of Amped and for the district offering us this PA system. However, this year we were able to add an additional $8,000 of equipment to it. So we're really growing on what was provided originally to be able to provide more to the community. Moving on, we have youth mentorship. So every summer we bring on summer student jobs. This year we had 2 students working 1,600 hours and around $22,000 of funding that we put out as part of this program, although we only brought in $8,000 through the granting program. So we provided much more than we were given in to be able to provide these opportunities to students. Additionally, this year we received our first Canada Heritage funding for the Art Walk program. So we were able to bring on our first ever Amped and Art Walk coordinators to have additional arts-based vocational training in that regard, as well as an Art Walk curator, which provided a lot of support to the artists so that they weren't responsible for fully hanging all of their art as part of that program. Moving on to Squamish Arts Festival. This is our largest annual program. And I'll start with some statistics. So we raised over $170,000 in cash to put this program on. In addition, that we raised another $43,000 of in-kind contributions. So the total programmatic spend is putting $200,000 back into the local economy. We were able to bring 134 artists, artisan, and heritage performers, 13 local partners, 43 volunteers, and 317 volunteer hours. We did this through a variety of events. So starting with the live music and dance, we had 5 separate live music performances, 2 of which were full festival days, one that took place at Junction Park that had 12 hours of stage programming. And so we went from 10 to 10, and we had live performances, circus, roaming performances, live art, an artist marketplace, and also our first ever Indigenous headliner. We also had, so that was a little over 4,000 participants. We also had a full day at the Squamish Oceanfront, which was food trucks, stage performances, and that was made possible through a partnership with Matthews West. We also had 2 nights at the Brackendale Art Gallery on Fridays. So this was 2 full weeks of programming, which then also included workshops. So we had 8 days of workshops, 12 different in those times. This included watercolor, traditional drum making, traditional weaving, ceramics, just kind of a big variety. Also through a partnership with Little Bookshop, we were able to offer creative writing this year. So we're looking at all of the different arts and how we can include all the arts. We also provided many arts opportunities for artists. So that would include 7 live painters and then 10 artists doing random acts of art, which we put art kind of into the environment. So as people walk downtown, they can have live poetry, or if they're at the Seat of the Sky gondola, they can see live painting. So this one gives opportunities for artists to be seen in the community, as well as for us to advertise for our bigger events. Moving on to Art Walk. As I said before, this was our first year to receive Canada Heritage Festivals funding, which allowed us to grow this event quite significantly from having art in venues to doing programming and live music and studio tours to also help support the event. This is something that we're looking to continue to grow. And as you heard from Carrie earlier, we will be looking to have mural walk and art walk on the same weekend so that we can have studio tours all across town, as well as more live music, and then also partner to have different hubs across the town, with the mural walk hub being the downtown hub. Another thing that we started this year is the Grateful Shred. So this came through a partnership with the Grateful Gift Shop, looking to connect more with youth and a different type of programming that we would normally be able to offer. So we were able to raise almost $18,000 in private dollars towards this program, an additional $5,500 donated in kind. And then we brought in the Squamish art side by having live painters and a community group and artist marketplace. So it was not only a skate competition, but an arts and community event. So we could bring it all together. And for, most of our programs is us spending a lot of money, but we actually ended up with a donation, but ended up with $750 for the event to pay for my time. And then $750 donated to the Indigenous Life Sports Academy. And so all of the profit from this event was donated to nonprofits, because we did work with a for-profit business in partnership. We also annually maintain community galleries. So we have a really happy artist presenting her work here. And so these are the 4 different community galleries we have across town. This is also run by volunteers who donate their time to help give exposure to our local artists. Art School is another new program that we began late last year. So this was funded through a BC Art Council grant as a pilot program. And so last year we were able to host in December 11 different classes with over 40 students. It's grown to this last month we offered 17 classes with over 70 students. And then we will have classes running all through this year. I won't get too much into that because that'll be for next year's presentation. But we have 24 different types of classes, 10 instructors, and then just a wide variety of things to do. And we have been hosting these at the 55 Center and been working closely with REC to kind of move this programming forward so that we can have arts classes open to the public in Squamish. Another thing we did this year was we created an online government, an online governance training in partnership with Arts BC and the BC Museums Association. So I think governance for nonprofits is something that we really struggle with. And we wanted to get together to make something that is both affordable and easy to access. So if you can get your board together, you can pay $4.99 for 4 members to take this program. Whereas it's $49.99 for individuals. So we really wanted to make sure that we were getting as many people as possible to take this. It'll be part of my board onboarding when we do that in May of this year after our AGM. And so it'll really help to create more knowledgeable board members, which I think can only help the sector. So Unit 1 covers legal responsibilities for board members. Unit 2 talks about how board members can contribute to the success of an organization. And Unit 3 goes over kind of the EDIA efforts and how to include that more into your organization. So moving on to the public art agreement, the second agreement that we'll be discussing today. Actually, I'll go back for a second. We administer this funding. However, the decisions for where the projects are awarded goes is through a public art committee, which is composed of a bunch of different community members that have either an interest or expertise in public art. So one of the pieces that we installed this year was Halakden's orange shirts. On Truth and Reconciliation Day, there was the big celebration downtown, and then we went over to Brennan Park, and there was kind of a small gathering to bless and open this public art piece. This was part of the 2022 public art program, and the idea is to have these in a public place to remind everyone of reconciliation throughout the year and that it's not just a day in September. Another piece that we installed this year was part of the 2021 cycle. So this is a piece by an artist named Lara Sermon. It is a cedar pine cone that is in Rose Park. It collects water from rain, which we have no lack of. And once it collects the water, it comes through and it plays chimes so that you, as you're passing it, you can kind of interact with that piece of art. We have 2 more pieces awarded for 2022, which are in process, as public art does take time. So Joe is an artist who is creating a scavenger bear sculpture. It is all reclaimed and upcycled materials that will create a bear sculpture to remind everyone about sustainability and promoting sustainable practices for industry. That will be installed this year, as well as a mural at Brackendale Elementary by Siobhan Joseph that will act as a means of welcoming Indigenous families and students at Brackendale Elementary. The last piece of the public art agreement is a public art camp where we brought together students to learn from 2 separate artists who have very different artistic styles. So this was a 2-day intensive workshop camp where we painted our office in the 55 Center to make it a more welcoming place, and also to have art when we're offering the art classes in this space. And this year we chose to work with older students. So we worked with high school students because they're a bit further into their artistic practice and have a better idea that they might want to do art professionally. And so it's, as an example, we actually have a student who has been hired to do a mural at the high school. So he kind of learned from a professional artist who's working on our community and now will be creating his own piece at the high school. Finally, we have the community arts and culture enhancement grants that were talked about earlier. So we distribute these for the district, and then of course the Squamish Community Foundation distributes the other half for the more civic side. So in 2022, we had 10 grants awarded for almost $50,000. I've listed all of these here, which you can read. I won't read them out, but it's so that you can see that there's a wide variety of programs and of the different types of organizations that we do fund. I will, however, highlight 2 separate impact examples. So you heard from Carrie earlier. I won't go into too much detail because you heard a lot from her there, but something that is part of our matrix of decision, and this is also a committee decision, is looking at how our funding or the district's funding can go to then create a larger impact. And so this is a great example of, even though they received a almost $8,000 grant, they were able to raise an additional $43,000 in cash. And so it's really taking kind of that starter funding and increasing it to be able to offer more. And another thing that we look at in our matrix is the either reconciliation or vulnerable populations. And so we know that the BIA always brings on Indigenous artists as well. And so that helps to match some of those pieces of our matrix. And then just some more photos from that. And then another one that we funded last year that I thought was really interesting is the Sea to Sky Dance Collective, which offered a performance called Wild. They'll be offering it additionally this year. And they received funding again this year. So they had 19 different performers. It was at the Eagle Eye Theater. They had over 500 audience members over 4 performances. Similarly, they were able to turn less than $5,000 into $20,000 more in cash and another $12,000 in kind. And so it's great to see that we're able to fund performing arts, visual arts, downtown festivals, and a lot of other options, which you could see from before. So this year, I really wanted to look at the total impact of that program. And it does come up a bit small on the screen, but we have had final reports submitted for 8 of the 10 programs, 2 of which have been pushed to this year because of kind of COVID complications or different things, but we're following up on that. We also had one project in 2021 that was canceled with funding returned, just so that you know that we do follow up on all programs. And if a program doesn't happen, we then push that funding into the next year. And so I looked at the following statistics, which are from the programs that we've received final reports on so far. So we've received around 35,000 of the 47,000 in final reports. So it just shows you that, like, with the 2 outstanding reports, there's still a little bit to be found. But of that 35,000, there's an additional $75,000 in cash raised. So almost double, a little more than double of what was given was then kind of brought into the community through this base level of funding, with an additional $25,000 of in-kind support. So that's a 284% return on investment, which I think is a pretty glowing look at the program. It resulted in over 1,200 participants that were actively participating, but over 11,000 audience members with a physical reach of over 12,000, almost 13,000. So as we look to what's next for Squamish Arts, we look to continue establishing programming while strategically expanding programs and services to meet current needs following our strategic plan. And then something that is new and kind of in progress right now is the arts infrastructure assessment, which many of you are familiar with and attended the workshop that we hosted last month. And that is looking at kind of the different arts infrastructure that we will need in Squamish for arts in a short, mid, and long-term range. Additionally, we are taking the public art program internal this year instead of awarding programs to create the foundation. Because when we were given the program, there is no comprehensive list of all the public art that exists in Squamish. We've already started, and there's over 100 pieces that we've found that exist. There's no maintenance plan. There's no kind of look at where the funding will go over the next couple of years and how we continue to service the public art that already exists while continuing to add new pieces. So we're really creating a base funding, like base level of foundation of how to really support that program for the future. And there's also a big pot of funding that could go towards a larger piece, but until we know where the pieces are and how we're going to maintain them, it doesn't really make sense for us to push that forward. And so that's what we're working on this year. And that is it for me. So I will give it back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Some really exciting projects contributing to the downtown again, but broader Squamish as well, and some very close to my heart. So very much appreciate the work that's been done. Put it to council for questions. Mayor Herford and then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's truly a remarkable amount of work that happens there. And as much as I was aware of many of those pieces, to see them all grouped together like that is remarkable, and to see that impact, that overall number. I think you summed up at the end, to that 284% ROI so far, without having with some missing pieces, I think is truly remarkable. So I was excited to see the governance piece in there. And sorry, can you just recap? Is that something that your board's been through, or is that something that is now part of the onboarding process for new board members, or maybe both? Just where did that piece leave? I was taking it all in and I missed that detail.
Sure. Thank you for the question. This is something that we launched this year, and it actually has just come out of its kind of like beta and testing and all of that. And so this is open to the public. It's open to anyone. And so we will have it as part of our onboarding process for, yeah. We will have it as part of our onboarding process. Okay, for our board. But since it kind of just came out and we have new board members coming on in a couple of months, I want everyone to be able to take it at the same time. So our plan is to have one unit covered per board meeting. So we'll go over it over like a 3-month period. But I would encourage any other boards to sign up. It's not just for the arts, it's for overall nonprofit governance.
Thank you. And thanks for clarifying that, because that's what I took for the first time. I was like, really, this is a great asset. And I think maybe should be rolled into your percentage return on investment here. I think that's incredibly valuable to everyone working in the nonprofit space that has a board to work with, and you know, as you know, these boards are recruited from the community and people that are excited, but this piece is just so important. I hope that's successful, and I think that's a really important piece of work, and maybe an art unto itself. It might be a stretch, but thank you so much for that. And I really enjoyed participating in the infrastructure needs assessment, and I'm looking forward to the outcome of that work. What is the next step in that process, and where do you see that? When should we expect the output, even if it's optimistically or otherwise, just a rough idea of what happens there next in the needs assessment?
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for everyone that attended that. It was great to see so many members of the community come out for that, and from the arts community, and to get all of the diverse needs in the same room. So our consultants are sitting with that information, and they are coming up. They've already drawn up a couple of ideas of the different needs and which way it could go. So the next step is to take that into a community survey and to try to get a larger swath of the population involved. And then hopefully we'll have this finished by the end of March or April. But we want to make sure to have some more community consultation before the final plan is drawn up.
Thank you for that. I look forward to that, those next steps, and seeing the output of that work. I think it was truly remarkable to see the sort of just the community, the folks that came out to participate in that, and gives me faith that process is going to really represent the community as a whole. And last bit is just to comment on the public art, sort of that step back, and I think that's a very important and courageous step to take, honestly, because it's important that that's understood, and that ongoing maintenance is considered and decided in a conscious way. And some pieces, maybe they're being reclaimed by nature as part of the overall, and others potentially deserve some ongoing maintenance, or maybe relocation through development, or whatever those things are. So I'm really supportive of that direction, and I was happy to hear that. So thank you so much for everything that you do.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Anderson, French, and Stoner. I wrote the names down wrong. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief comment. I'm going to have to get over the habit of calling you SAC. But after all, the Squamish Adventure Center is now increasingly using that acronym. So maybe it's time to move on and with a new distinction. My first question concerns our Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan that is underway. Where the current phase is stage 3, and although it is focused in the literature that we've released to the public on floor area ratios and lot coverage. Of course, one of the goals of the plan is to address opportunity and needs for cultural spaces. And I'm wondering whether you have given some consideration or whether you have been solicited to offer input on cultural space uses and potential for that neighborhood plan. After all, you have mentioned in your presentation the Black Tusk Realty Gallery, and we have 2 or 3 facilities that are in active use by performing arts all the time in that neighborhood.
I thank you for the comment and question. I have not been directly solicited to be involved in that process. I've had individual conversations on the side with people about opportunities for space coming up in that process. But I would be happy to be involved more in that process, especially with the upcoming arts and infrastructure needs survey coming out.
Thank you. You have highlighted the public art program.
Councillor Anderson, Ms. Morris wanted to add a comment there.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Anderson, for bringing that up. Just for Council's information, planning staff have consulted with the Arts and Culture Department about the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan, and planning are being kept in the loop on the progress of the Squamish Arts Infrastructure Needs Assessment that's underway, and they are anticipating building in to their policies in the future, feeding into them from the outcomes of the needs assessment. So just for Council's information, there is some connection there.
Thank you. My second question was concerning the Public Art Program Foundation Building Initiative, and I'm not quite remembering. Perhaps Councillor French might be more familiar as a former Public Art Committee chair. But when we put together the current public art policy, we gave it a 3-year timeline before we might review it, and that might be coming up. My question to you is, in that initiative, might you be addressing both the public realm and private developer public art projects and investments, both of them together? You do have a public art advisor role for private developers. And related to that, whether you might be considering looking at tendering practices, whether we go outside of town, for example, on larger projects, that sort of thing. The scope of that initiative, if you like.
Sure. Thank you. The public art program, the way that we're looking at this foundation building is really in 2 pieces. So the piece that is funded by the district is what we're really looking more as kind of everything that the district owns, and the developer piece as well. I've also applied for BCIAC funding that I'm hoping to receive, which would allow us to make it into an even larger program, in which case we would create SquamishPublicArt.com, which could then operate as a foundation to use for tourism, and also to keep an updated list of all of the public art in kind of like the private realm, because obviously with the creation of Squamish Mural Walk, we have a lot more private public art, if that makes sense. But I think one of the things that I'm really working on personally this year is the developer side. And Sarah and I have been working on looking at the policies for developers and kind of what the maintenance plan for those will be, and what their process is for selecting artists. So as the public art representative on the ADP, I do interface with all the developers that are moving through the process that then need to include public art. And so I'm not only meeting with them at the ADP, but I'm meeting with them outside of the ADP to give them information on how they could run public art competitions so that they're not directly soliciting one specific artist. And part of that goes into knowing everything that's in the pipeline for public art, as well as what exists for public art, which goes back down to that foundation. So right now I can give them the foundation of what we have existing, but I'm also looking at the pipeline of what's coming for each of these pieces so that we don't end up using the exact same artist for every new piece. And part of that is instructing them on how they could do more of a public call.
Councillor French and then Councillor Stoner.
Thanks, Chair. Number 2, action-packed presentation of the day. So thank you. There was a lot of information in there, all of it valuable and all of it useful. So I'll pick up on Councillor Anderson's public art questions. In my experience of having been the chair of the previous public art group, one of the things that I found really exciting was the GIS database that, okay, you're nodding your head, so you're aware of it, you're familiar with it. Okay, because that kind of ties into the whole thought of having a good handle on what public art we have and where it is. And then one of the things that was definitely identified in my era with public art was that maintenance component, because that has been lacking. So I'm very happy to hear that that's on your radar. So question, the use of the 55 activity space is something I'm wondering about. There's a perception in our community that the space that Squamish Arts have is rarely used. So will you talk a little bit about the amount of time that space is being used and how it's being used?
Sure, thank you. The 55 Activity Center is something that we are starting to use increasingly more. So during COVID, I believe it was only this year that it reopened full time. And so as part of that arts school programming that we're offering, we are using the 55 to offer public classes for people to use. We also use it full time as storage for the art supplies for that program. And then as we are a small nonprofit with limited administrative budgets, we are looking to fill the space with more kind of like office equipment and meetings so that we can increasingly use that for meetings. But there's not a ton of capacity to bring people in there now, but we are looking to increasingly use that space. Yes.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I like the previous presentation. I was tired just listening to all the things but also we did this and also we did that. So thanks for the high level overview. I do want to touch just on the return on investment piece. And I think that's a big piece of this reporting out. And I can't speak to how helpful it is to have the level of detail that it is that you're collecting. I know that's no small feat. It's a lot of work when you administer these types of programs to be able to collect that information, both through a systemic process for you and then also for the grant and the grantees. And so I think my first question is like, how burdensome is that process? And do you think we're at a reasonable place in terms of reporting out versus the amount of energy that's going into the process itself?
Thank you. I believe that it's hard to speak for the awardees and kind of how difficult it is or isn't, or how burdensome it is for them. We do try to make the final report as easy as possible. However, I believe that certain statistics are incredibly important for us to know, and the kind of fiduciary responsibility for them to know how they spent their budget is something that I don't think we should ever reduce the burden on. As far as the burden for us, I love numbers, and so I don't find it terribly difficult to pull that together. Like another spreadsheet and like the burden of that is not necessarily put on me by the district, but of me wanting to be a better administrator of those funds. And so I'm happy to do it. I can't necessarily say for the grantees.
I appreciate the feedback, and it's rare that I find somebody else who likes Excel as much as I do. And so just to that, I also think it's really important to note, so like the 280% ROI is for one of the three programs. The community partnership agreement, where we give the Squamish Arts Council $45,000, I think delivers more than 5.5 times that by the numbers that I was calculating off your slides. You've generated over $250,000 in additional granting through that $45,000. And I think I've missed some of the pieces there. So I just want to note that. And also that the return on investment in dollars is one component. The volunteer hours that have been created through the community engagement through this work is astronomical. So I just really want to point that out, that it's not just the dollar on the return on investment, but really the community building that's being created through the work that you're doing. And so my other question for you is, what do you see as the biggest challenges for the next 1 year and 5 years? So I'm looking out, like, what is it that you think are going to be the big hurdles for you and your organization?
Okay, that's going to take me a second, but I will say that our annual budget this past year was around 450,000. So the partnership agreement was around 10% of what we were able to then raise outside of that. I think looking into the next years, the partnership agreement is the base level of funding that allows. Without that, everything falls apart, honestly, because it is that provides the administrative funding to basically help keep me employed, to help keep Aisha employed, as we are a 2-employee organization annually. So I would say, as we look to renew the agreements, looking at that funding, and if that funding is stable and can even increase, I think that will go light years for us. Into the next 5 years, I think the arts infrastructure study is really interesting, looking into the future. And I just actually had a lot of access to data for 136 arts organizations in Vancouver, and it was looking at the funding over the past 5 years through COVID and before COVID. And what was really interesting to me was that the earned revenue for the organizations plummeted through COVID. I mean, the graph like fell off, whereas the federal funding really increased. I think over the next couple of years, the federal help will really decrease. And so it'll be us figuring out how we can start to have some earned revenue, earned income of our own to kind of keep us to the level of programming that we're offering now. Without a space, that's very difficult. So we have access at the 55 to offer programming there, but that's not a space that we could then rent out to the other arts organizations to help bring on a programmer and to act as what we would like to be, which is the arts umbrella organization for Squamish to support all of the arts organizations. So I think that having a space of our own would be both a challenge and an opportunity for us in the next 5 years. But I think really looking at kind of the sustainability of the organization post-COVID is going to be really interesting.
Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks very much. An amazing amount of work being done, and I really, the return on investment numbers, I think that really helps me to understand how valuable it is to invest a little bit and get a lot back. One of the things, and I think this is probably a piece of me not understanding perhaps the arts, culture, and recreation side of things here in Squamish, but I didn't hear much. I know we do have community theater in Squamish, but I didn't hear anything about community theater. Is that in a separate category, not under Squamish Arts? Yeah.
Sure, I can speak to that. So Squamish Arts, like I was mentioning in the last answer, is more of an umbrella organization. We don't enact theater ourselves, so we help support theater through things like the Arts and Culture Grant. In addition, the Between Shifts Theater, which is one of the main theater production groups in Squamish, is someone that we're working with a lot on the arts and culture, on the arts infrastructure needs survey. And so I really work with a lot of different community groups, but we don't put on our own productions of any sort. There was one more point I wanted to make about that, but it's lost me. So I think I'm going to just leave it at that.
Okay, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank
Before I
you.
turn over.
Through the chair, if you want further information about the community theatre, I can forward that to council. It is an agreement between the district and SD48 that falls under the administration of the Recreation and Culture Department. So if you would like more information, I can provide that.
Councillor Greenlaw, please.
Thanks. Thank you for that presentation. It was really exciting to see all of your initiatives in one place because the public arts are just such an important asset to all of us and resource and outlet. Further to Councillor French's question, I was just wondering if there would be any room to either donate or sublet a limited amount of time in your office space to the Squamish Senior Society for them to hold meetings.
That's something that I'd be willing to discuss with staff. As I said, it is full-time storage space for us, which, it is our asset. So there would have to be some type of agreement with staff to look at how we could successfully do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to move us back on track, but again, wonderful to see all the, I was involved on the Arts Council board before being on council, involved on the now Squamish Arts Board, but just it's just so fantastic to see the growth in just how much more is happening. It's a fantastically exciting time. So thank you once again. With that, I'll thank you and let you go. Before I call a shorter than planned recess, I'm afraid, I want to suspend the order of the agenda to change the order of two items. Do I need a resolution to do that?
As chair, you can suspend the order of the agenda.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Wow. I may never leave this seat. We will see item 4.2 after the recess, and then we'll go to item 4.1. So take a 5-minute recess to 3:06. All right. I guess I'm being overruled. I'll say 3:11. Thank you, staff. Do we mic check? Okay, I think we're good now. We are back, and I will turn it over to Mr. Bragg to talk about the Public Works facility.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Cal Bragg. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning and Construction. This is a report to Council on the Public Works Facility Project and indicative cost update. The objective is to obtain Council endorsement of the continuation of the project using the current Class B indicative project estimate of $37 million. The second endorsement ask at the moment is the amended project budget, including funding options for consideration during the April 2023 financial plan bylaw amendment. So a little bit of background on the facility itself. It's one of 3 critical district facilities requiring replacement. The first one was Fire Hall number 1, the Alex Munro Fire Hall, which has been completed. The second one is Tantalus Fire Hall, which is Fire Hall number 2, and that one's under construction at the moment. The existing buildings in the Public Works facility are at end of life. The offices are beyond end of life. The actual facility delivers essential services to the community. These include day-to-day operations of drinking water, wastewater management, roadway safety, snow and ice control, which are going to be very busy today on, diking and drainage. It's also emergency response for the community, where it manages utility breaks and manages the stormwater and water breaks, flood response and hazard spills. Just some images of the existing facility. You can see in the center there is the blue building. That's an old, used, when it was bought in the early 80s, transportable office building. It's beyond end of life. The cost of running is ever increasing with the amount of maintenance required for the building. The other building there you can see is the brown one, and that is the maintenance bays. You can see there's a lot of buildings tacked onto that one. Again, that one's beyond end of life and it's beyond its seismic requirements as well. It doesn't meet any of the build codes. So work has started on the project. Concurrently, we're completing the design and also working on site itself. On the design, we're about 90% complete. It's actually a little bit more than that. We're about to go to building permit to get approvals. The construction on site, at the moment, you'll see there's a big mound on site, and that's preload. And what that does is weight the ground, so the bearing capacity of the soil increases, so we can put a building on there. We're managing soil contamination. We're managing archaeology. It includes First Nations. The builder is on site and or the general contractor, sorry, is partially mobilised. We've also moved 2 salt sheds. One's been relocated on the existing site and the other one's been relocated off-site. The overall project schedule has lengthened, and that was due to fund confirmation from the alternative approval process last year, and also due to value engineering. What value engineering is, for want of a better word, is cost-cutting exercises. We're continually looking at specifications, the scope of work, and making sure the size of the building is in line for exactly what's required. The design of the building itself is made up of 2 buildings. One is an office building, which is wood frame building, and the other one's the maintenance bays, which is a prefab steel frame. The reason we went prefab steel frame, it's the most cost economical framing system we can get for such office space. And the reason we've gone wood frame is it is relatively cost economical, but it also increases the sustainability of the building. The building itself has been designed, I wouldn't call it utilitarian, but the information to the architect is to design a functional building. This is by no means an architectural masterpiece, for want of a better word. It is a fully functional standard government finished building. For example, in the exteriors, we've got prefab exterior steel wall panels. We've got concrete block base, and the reason for that is to mitigate against flood and debris knocking the building, which will eventually happen in a flood. Also, it gives building longevity, particularly at the base there for such a public works facility. We've got standing seam and torch on roof on the office side. We've got lock block retaining walls on the north side, and it's about the cheapest possible way we can retain the soil on the north there. The level of finish we've got for the windows is fiberglass windows. The longevity of fiberglass windows is the same as aluminum windows. It has the same sustainability and energy levels. It's just cheaper. The interior, we've got standard ceiling tiles. We have 5/8 drywall. We've got melamine, laminate style or level millwork for inside. All this is robust, but it's showing that we do have very standard it's simplified design for interiors here. The carpet tile also is, we're using carpet tile, sorry, I have a carpet. And the architects propose using mixed colours, and what that does is reduces the waste when you combine it all together. We've got rubber cove baseboard and getting down to this detail and shower curtains rather than glass. So, this is a very functional building. The sustainability side, the best way to give an overview of what level we're at is to compare it against the other buildings or the other projects we've have under the real estate facilities master plan. This is a step code that's used from the residential side, but it gives a good overview of where we're sitting. So fire hall number 1, the Alex Munro fire hall is about in step code 2, just above that level. It goes up to step code 5, fire hall number 2, which is net zero energy, which is almost passive level, is right up the top there. And then public works facility fits in between. We're at step code 3. We're looking at about 20% better than step code 3 numbers. So this just gives you an overall indication of where we're sitting. Just on top of that, the building will be electrified as well. On the climate resiliency, this is designed as a second emergency area. We have the first emergency area for the headquarters up at fire hall number 1 at Alex Munro. We've got a backup generator and fuel supply here that will handle a few days of no energy to the facility. It's been designed to mitigate against flood and debris. This includes a raised office area, includes maintenance bays where material is created so we can get back to business very quickly after a flood, and all mechanical areas are raised. Also, the exterior facade material is made of low combustible. It's a steel finish. The size of the facility, the project team spent a lot of time to make sure the size of the facility matches the functional requirement now, also allowing for growth in the future. It's designed for over a 60-year lifespan. It's designed to co-locate other departments if and as required. The structure for the office is a post and beam structure, and what that does is allows us to move interior finishes around at relative ease. And it's the smallest building possible to accommodate the staff growth and also the population growth. There's a couple of graphs, and it's hard to read on this one, but this is what the architects have provided. And the architects have got a lot of experience in creating public works buildings. The top one here shows, and it's a bit difficult to see, but the very top shows right here the amount of the size of the building compared to the number of population in Squamish, and we're on the lower side. The next graph shows the number of staff compared to the size of the building. My mouse is not working here. And again, we're on the lower side here. Just a point of note. So this building's been designed to have 4 shops and 3 bays. If you look at another comparable here, which is Leduc, and excuse my Australian pronunciation of that city if I've got it wrong, and they've got 3 bays and 2 shops, but they've got a significantly larger building. So all in all, we've grabbed the information required from staff for the size of the building. We've also used that against the history of our project team and then building public works facilities. And we've also compared it against other public works facilities, not only in BC, but also in Alberta. And this is where we're sitting on size. So the project team is very confident this size is the right size. So we don't come back to council in the next few years requesting additional space, but we also can operate a functional facility for years to come. We've experienced cost escalation, and this is not on just one project, this is across the board. Since the endorsement of the Real Estate Facilities Master Plan, project costs have significantly increased. This is specifically on labour, material and transport. Just bear in mind this facility forms one part of the whole real estate facilities platform, and all of them have escalation pressure. It's not just us, it's other municipalities that are having price escalation pressure. We've also, as we move through design process from Class D to Class A, there's more detail that becomes apparent and then pricing goes on to that. So as more detail comes through, we have more information to price against as well. We've also had delays from the alternative approval process, which has caused an increase in price as well. To mitigate that, the project team has made sure that we're creating a building that is functional, and that's basic material and simple design. And by simple design, we mean it's a box. We reduce the amount of corners involved in there. We have a low window to wall ratio, which is at 8%. And we're also doing constant value engineering. And what that does is it keeps us in touch with the market pricing of the day. And we've also employed what's called design assist, where it's getting everyone who is involved and participants very early at the table. So the construction manager was involved very early on after the architect was involved. The construction manager then employs their subcontractors. It's called design assist, where they help us create a system to reduce overruns during construction. What that does is we overlay the plans, and when they're involved very early in the process, we pick up any mistakes and any items very early during the planning phase rather than construction phase. So it saves money at the end of the day. We've also engaged a third-party quantity surveyor, and that's to check the numbers that we're getting from all the consultants and general contractor. The quantity surveyor is also used throughout construction because they check the amount of work that's involved compared to what's been billed from the participants. And we've also, as noted before, we've designed this building to co-locate. Currently, the cost of the building is coming in at $37 million. This is a Class B. We've got one more step in this class process. It'll be Class A, and that's due in 2023. We've allowed, you can see there, a 10% contingency. There is a risk that this number will change coming into Class A. It is a small risk, but it is a risk. The reason we're saying is it's a small risk because the contingency and allowance that we've gone into, this contingency is not just a flat contingency. It's taken into account design contingency, construction contingency, overall development contingency, and then we also look at a risk registrar and really dive in to see what are the risks, what you could possibly see that would come up in the future in this project. So it's a comfortable number at a Class B stage. The construction number we're getting in is at 30.7 million. That's around roughly 60% coming in from real numbers from subcontractors. The rest are from internal quantity surveyors from the builder. We've got 2.1 million from pre-development numbers. That's our consultants. Sorry, excuse me. That's our consultant costs, the architects. We've actually spent that so far. And we've also got district costs in there, which is the furniture and IT. And then we've got $120,000 in assets where we've purchased things like a site trailer, which we can possibly either sell at the end of the project or we can repurpose that for other projects. On the funding side, currently in the 5-year financial plan, which is 2023 to 2027, we've allocated $26.4 million to the project. We have a delta thus of $10.6 million. The eligible funding sources of this project increase is either and or land reserves, debt, grants or taxes. Currently, staff are reviewing project costs in broader context of all other real estate facilities projects. And again, noting this is one part of the overall plan. And also we're looking at the effects of this project and what it's going to happen on the projects downstream. Staff will return to council with the financial plan amendment on April 18, 2023. So we're at the pointy end of the stick of value engineering or cost cutting internally from our project side. The next stage would be taking out functional square footage, which we've asked the architect to look at, and this is what we came up to and stuff, and not recommending these, but I'm just presenting these to say we're literally at the area of getting into non-functional options. One of them is to remove the entire top level. The next one is to remove, keep the top level there, but leave it unfinished. The other one is to remove actual square foot, which means we have to go back to redesign. And this is the office level. We can't operate a reduction in the maintenance space. And the recommendations, would you like me to read them out or? No, we're okay.
But if you could leave them up
I'll leave them up.
when we're discussing, that'd be great.
Okay. And thank you. I'm done for questions. You want me to leave the recommendations up or?
Yeah, if you could, some councillors may ask for a different size to come back up, but for now, leave the resolutions up. And I saw, and thank you very much for the thorough presentation. I'll go to Councillor Stoner, then, nope, Mayor Herford, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. The previous slide, which actually, if we have it up, why don't we go back there just to make sure I'm not paraphrasing from it. This reduced overall office square footage option, which requires a redesign. I'm thinking about the cost spent with the architecture firm already, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to, like, is that number, just so I understand that number, inclusive of the work required to achieve that number? Or is that just the built space of that? Because I just want to understand if we're spending more, as much as I understand this isn't a recommended option, but just what is represented in that number you're presenting.
Through the chair, that's a good question. That's an order of magnitude. So it's a rough number of what we estimate at this point of what it's going to be, including the consultant fees. It's a plus or minus because it's quite difficult to say, hey, exactly this is what it's going to go to be, because we're basically going back to Class D to do an estimate at this stage for that number.
Okay, thank you. It's helpful. I think, yeah, okay. I'll leave it there for now. I'll listen to the rest of the discussion around the table. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Hamilton, Greenlaw, and then Stoner.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the detailed presentation. My question, I want to preempt my question by saying my goal here is to understand what the cost of our initiatives are. I think step codes and making our buildings more energy efficient is extremely important, but I also think it's important to understand how much that's costing us, particularly in light of such an expensive building. So this is a step code 3 building.
Sorry, through the chair, it's 20% better than step code 3.
Okay. What would be the cost savings if we were to go to step code 1? I'm not suggesting I want that, but what would be, do you have an estimate for the cost savings if we were to go to step code 1?
Through the chair, it's hard to define. I would say it's in we've talked about it obviously with the project team to say if we reduce this and what do we come out to, base levels here, it's estimated around 750 to 950, and in that sort of order of magnitude, 750,000 to 950,000. And again, that's Class D. It's very.
That's all your questions, Councillor? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw, Councillor Stoner, and then I'll put myself on the list.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I was just wondering, if there was a possibility for the building to be more modular in design, and by that I mean, for instance, if we were to remove the top floor for cost saving purposes, could the building design accommodate for a later addition of that floor?
Through the chair, in short, yes. But if we reduce it, then we need to allow for the HVAC system to be designed for that, which means there'll be a cost increase in there. And then we also have to design the structure to allow for the weight to go on there. So we either take it all off and have those off, which is the biggest cost saving, or we need to take it off but allow for this, and then the cost saving gets greatly reduced.
Thanks.
So I just want to understand the office piece myself, because, you know, there's, we've spoken about the importance of, you know, we don't want a building that when we build, it's already too small. So we do need to foresee and build for some degree of growth. But we've also talked about, you know, other departments could use this, so on and so forth. And I'm just wondering if that's sort of in reference to, you know, we build it for, so it'll still work in 20 years. And in the interim, there's maybe a bit of extra space sometimes. Or are we sort of thinking like, no, this should be our place for extra meeting space? And in the back of my mind is, you know, we have space at Alex Monroe. We have to figure out a new municipal hall. There's Brennan Park retrofits. And so like, is this the place where we would have overflow office space? And is that really what we're trying to solve here anyways? I'm just trying to understand, you know, when we talk about extra office space, what is that? Is that just sort of, it's just kind of there because we're making sure the building is good in 20 years, or are we trying to solve those other problems at this space as well?
Through the chair, that's a good question. It involves all the other projects as well, so it's kind of difficult to pinpoint the answer. But when we design the building, we design it to about a 20% increase in, you know, staffing over the next 50 to 60 years, and knowing that there's going to be more work coming on, like the parks are coming on, so there's going to be more activity within the facility itself. And it's not just the building; it's also the yards there as well for public works. We do know that there's other buildings coming online, and as you noted, you know, Fire Hall number 1, the Alex Monroe, does have meeting rooms. That's also our main fire hall. It is our headquarters, and we have to be wary of splitting double uses of that one. But these buildings, such as this one, does accommodate, you know, the extra 20% here that we can fill it if we need to. But it is, you know, we never design a building to now capacity. We always design to a little bit of future capacity.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, just where I'm going with that is, you know, if it's cheaper to put extra office space at Brenham Park, and I don't know what it is, just making sure, and I assume we are, but looking at, you know, making sure we're sort of considering where's the most cost-effective place to add office space. There's that chart of cost increases, and at first it looks like, whoa, we've seen a huge increase, and now it's flattened out. But when I look at the years, there's actually a fairly big gap between the first 3, and then there's 2 estimates, the C and, or this D and C, I guess, both in 2022. So maybe actually we're still on that trajectory. I'm just wondering if you can speak to, are we seeing, does it look like the increases are slowing down, or like, no, we're still headed right up and we've got to get moving?
Through the chair, yeah, it's a good observation there. And I did note that graph was slightly skewed because the numbers weren't evenly dotted in there, as you can do that with graphs, right? No, it's slowed down. You know, the largest increases we've seen in the past 24 months, we're now seeing some things come down. For example, wood's come down in price, which is great. Steel's all over the shop because of Ukraine. That's where one of the major suppliers are coming from. Windows have come down. But, you know, overall, you know, this CPI, or the inflation rate, is going up. It's just not going up as fast as it was before. So we are still seeing increases, but it's definitely not anywhere like we were in the same position 6 to 8 months ago. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mayor Herford, and then, oh, did I miss you, Councillor? I apologize, Councillor Stoner, and then Mayor Herford.
All good. Thank you. Through the chair. Are we seeing equivalent cost escalations in Fire Hall number 2? That's the kind of the equivalent project that we have building right now. So I'm just curious why. I know we're seeing some level of increase, but I feel like it's not the same level of increase. I'm just curious why that might be.
Through the chair, Fire Hall number 2 is a little bit more advanced in timing on the actual numbers and locking in prices. So we've locked in prices quite early on Fire Hall number 2 compared to this one. It's also a different contract system in the way that we move through the pricing, whereas construction management, we move through it from class the classes as we've been discussing. With IPD, it's a little bit different, whereas there's an overview, and we did have the scare initially from the price with the increase, and it becomes very early on in the project a given or a known where the price is, and that's with IPD. With construction management, it happens slightly later in the process, which is why we're in this position on public works compared to Tantalus Fire Hall.
So we're not using IPD in this project.
Correct. No, this one's construction management. So to compare apples to apples, this is the same setup that we had on Fire Hall number 1. And once we've locked into Class A, we should be staying at Class A. And this is what we saw on the Fire Hall. We actually kept the budget all the way through once it's been locked in. It's just getting there or having these surprises, unfortunately.
All right. And then I need to ask this question. I think I know the answer, but is there an option to pause this project at this point? And if so, what is the risk of doing so? So like we've seen significant increases, and I know that this building is really critical to our operations, but we're talking about $1,000 per square foot, which is a huge price tag. And so what are the risks or the options for pausing consideration of building this project at this point?
Through the chair, these numbers that we're getting, they started in December, so we're a little bit, how do I say, there'll be a lag in price increases if we stop the project. We'll also lose all the participants that we have sitting at the moment, and we'll have to re-engage everyone. So the price savings that we necessarily, there's no price savings. It'll just stagnate. In fact, it'll cost more because the cost of re-engaging the participants at a later date is monumental on a project of this size. Because if you have a different architect or a different builder, they need to go back to square one, basically. There's more costs associated with that. We'll also be building in future numbers, as noted. The inflation rate or the cost escalation rate, it's still going up. It's just not going up as fast as it was before. So it's not recommended to pause the project at this stage.
Okay, and then one last question. Can you go back to the previous slide? I'm just trying to understand, so is there any connection between these options? So removing the upper floor, does that remove or reduce the overall office square footage, or are those separate options? Like, are they additive or are they mutually exclusive?
Through the chair, they are separate. Actually, no, they're mutually, sorry. If we remove the upper floor, it's different from reducing the overall office square foot. The reason we put reducing overall office square foot is the first 2 levels intricately designed and literally maxed out. Once we start playing with the footprint of the building, that means we kind of need to go back to square one to redesign. So these are separate items. So if we remove the upper level, we're still reducing square foot. But if we're going to start playing around with the lower levels of the building, it requires a redesign, and that's where we see cost increases and time delays.
Okay, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I think it was Councillor Hamilton's question around this, the step code change and the potential savings there. And I was wondering if you could speak to the sort of reducing the capital expense and moving that to operational expense to run a less efficient building, and if you've done some exploring in that regard and can speak to what that actually might do if we were to consider that.
Through the chair, so you're looking at, say, the $900,000 savings in not creating a green building compared to how long it takes to, we're spending the $900,000. Yeah, we haven't done that cost exercise. The reason we haven't done it is coming into 2030 with our CCAP, which is the Community Climate Action Plan, is that our buildings need to be run at a passive and created at a passive level at 2030. If we look at offsetting, we're kind of going against policy where we're sitting at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that assessment. I was just curious around sort of the operational expenses of the building, never mind buying carbon offsets to further justify. But if work hasn't been done there and you don't, or can't speak to that, that's totally fine. But yeah, I just wanted to flesh that out a bit, but that's helpful as well. Thank you.
So if I could add in, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton. In the past, we've heard that public works type buildings typically aren't eligible for the sorts of grants we see, but we've also seen new grants, especially provincially announced. Do we have any hope or optimism that there may be some new grants on the horizon that might help us out here?
Through the chair, our fingers are crossed. With the recent announcement of the provincial government stating there possibly is a fund coming out, and I'm saying possible because we don't know the details of it just yet. We don't know. We've got one grant in play at the moment. It's a small amount from BC Hydro, which is applying a cost for reporting and creating a report. If we instigate any of the mechanical items from the report, we do have the option of getting $500,000 input into it. Again, this is small fry in the scheme of things, and typically we don't see many grants for public works projects, but we are constantly looking for grants that are available.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks very much. I'm struggling to wrap my head around $1,000 a square foot. Is this, if we were to think of a developer building an apartment building, that must be able to be done for a lot less than $1,000 a square foot, because that's $1 million for 1,000 square feet just in the build cost, right? What's the difference between the public works facility and say a developer building a building? What's driving this price increase in difference from a developer?
Through the chair, it's when people in the industry talk square foot, it's a very non-defined arena. So what we're looking at is literally overall development costs. And this is everything. It's literally the kitchen sink in there. It's got the forks, the knives. It's got absolutely everything as an owner in there. So when you talk to a developer, they typically don't talk, or architect talks different from a builder who talks different from a developer as far as construction costs. So what we're planning on doing, what we're doing now is saying this is the overall budget, and we're working backwards from there. So yes, when you're looking at $1,000 a square foot, it's expensive, but that's all in. The construction cost side of that is, I think it's 700 and something thousand off the top of my head there. So it depends on where you're talking apples to apples. The cost of these public works buildings, this is not any more expensive than other public works buildings that are going up in BC. It's very difficult to compare it against residential. There's less competition. You're comparing apples to oranges there.
Okay, Council, any more questions? Otherwise, we do have a couple of resolutions proposed to us. Councillor Stoner?
I don't want to go too far down a rabbit hole for a conversation that's coming in April, but I am curious if we can get a sneak peek of how we think we might be able to address the cost escalation and the impact that it might have on the remainder of our budget.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Stoner, for the question. It is important that we are looking at holistically in terms of the entire real estate and facilities master plan, as well as the capital plan. The public works facility has four main funding possibilities. So there's the borrowing, there's land reserve, there's tax, and then there's the grants. The recent announcement with the provincial communities growing communities fund is one of the options that we could be utilizing. We don't know at this point how much that's going to be. The likelihood, we always have the option of going to borrowing. That takes a long process, as we know. However, the likelihood would be around the land reserve, and that would be the primary sneak peek, so to speak. But it's not definitive until we know all of the other pieces, and we can look at the capital plan holistically, which we will do for the April 18th budget amendment.
Okay, Mayor Herford.
Thank you for that. And just for additional clarity, in the suggested motions we have here, as much as they're sort of acknowledging and giving direction, that final piece around go or no go and funding, and what we do to bridge this gap, that conversation lives at that next step, and this is indicating that next step will be required. Is that a fair assessment of the situation, just for clarity around the table?
Through the chair, yes, that's a fair assessment.
Thank you. With that in mind, I'll move the easy one, that move receipt of the report, and then we'll.
Okay, so we have that moved. Councillor French seconds. Any discussion? Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you for your work on the overall project, and obviously I feel that a lot of options were explored here, and to come to this conclusion and to bring it forward to us. So yeah, thank you for that, and what a wild time, I guess, as a community to really take on the major projects that we have and to make the commitment. But this is an important piece of work to address the facilities deficit in our community. So thank you for your work on that so far, and I'll save my comments on the budget bit until we get to that part of the motion. So thank you very much.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And speaking in favor of this motion, I originally had a question that I didn't pose because really it wasn't a question. When I think back to 2021, when we first started talking money on this project, we were at a borrowing amount of 16 million, and now we're hearing a need of 37 million. It's shocking, and it's going to be hard for our community to stomach, but it's our reality. And thanks for this report. It's valuable, and it's provided us with a good update of where we've come from and where we're at now and where we're headed to next.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Hamilton, did you want to add a comment?
Yeah, thanks for all the work you do in planning these amazingly enormous projects, which are extraordinarily complex. I don't know where to put this. It's a request, but I'd like to see the GHG, the greenhouse gas emission impacts of reducing from step code 3 to step code 1. And as Mayor Herford commented, the operational cost increases that would be incurred from going from step code 3 to step code 1, presumably because we'll be using more electricity. Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we should come back to that possibly as a resolution for discussion after. And so yeah, well, let's stick to this resolution, and then we can come back to that point after. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Just a general comment. I'd like to acknowledge that how much I appreciate the detail and clarity of the report and the presentation. I feel that we are increasing our collective literacy, including, I think, and I hope, community literacy. And I think that's important regarding these building design and construction cost issues and how the facilities and the needs to be served fit into the bigger picture of facilities planning. While Mr. Bragg has offered some qualifiers in drawing comparisons to private sector, residential and mixed-use construction projects, I think we are also being given a window here into cost issues due to XYZ expectations and that we create, and delays that are faced also in the private sector and for housing and mixed-use development projects. So we should transfer our experience here in when we receive presentations on those projects as well. I just want to acknowledge that. I think this building literacy on all of our parts is very important. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. So I guess to Councillor Hamilton's point, yeah, so I think we want a staff timeout. Just before we do that, Councillor Hamilton, we did hear from staff a number, it was a rough number, but of going from step 3 to step 1. Just so staff is clear about what the timeout, what the discussion is going to be, can you clarify what beyond that it is you're looking for?
So that's a rough number of the cost savings. What would be the greenhouse gas emission impact of that change? And what would be the, to Mayor Herford's question, what are the ongoing operational costs that we would take on by reducing to step 1? Okay,
so I will let the CEO take that away. I think we want to be careful about what is the work involved in this, and so Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Could we actually go back a slide just to, so would, 2, 3, so would you consider, Mr. Bragg, these are the sort of the 3 top considerations that most impactful to the project and the budget that you considered? So as we're potentially discussing a 4th option that we'll say didn't raise to the threshold of deeper investigation from your end. So I just want to understand your methodology arriving at these and that other piece, given that there is that community climate action plan commitment and our corporate GHGs to consider and like all that other stuff. So I'm just trying to understand that bit.
So Ms. Glende?
Thank you. Through the chair, I thought I would jump in here if I might. The value engineering, or what we're affectionately calling the cost-cutting exercise, really is to demonstrate to council and the community that staff looked under every single rock and every single option to reduce the cost of this building. The risk of doing this, any of these that are on the slide, and why staff are not recommending them, is it doesn't future-proof the building. And so we spend a lot of money on a building that very quickly becomes not functional. We didn't rank them because we're not recommending them. The step code we didn't even bring forward as a true recommendation or even for consideration on a slide because of policy. But if we're given the opportunity, we can step aside and look at what the work would require to consider the motion that's being discussed.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. That's exactly the clarity I was looking for with these, the options that were pursued and why the proposed one, the one that we've been discussed, sort of hasn't been. And that gives me comfort, and I'm curious to see if it does that around the table.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute recess and come back at 3:56. Just go very slow while Councillor French. I realize I was a minute ahead, so I want to give you a chance to come and sit down. Thank you. So we are back. I will turn it over to you, Mr. Bragg, Ms. Glende, just to speak to where we are. We'll go from there.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate the timeout so that staff could talk about and get some more information behind our response. So the reason that, and just for further clarity, the savings to reduce the step code requirement of this building was not recommended is because it will require an entire redesign of the building to pull off. So it's not an easy 750 to 900 to just knock off the price. And that's just more clarity we're providing. So with that context, we'll let council decide, but our recommendation isn't to send staff to figure out the net cost or savings by taking that out, because ultimately I think that 900,000 will be not worth it, for lack of a better expression. And that information wasn't entirely clear for council when that was discussed. So we wanted to provide that now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'm taking it then, just looking at the reaction in the room, we're okay to contemplate the second resolution at this point? Unless someone had okay. So we do have another resolution before us. That's to endorse continuation of the project using the Class B estimate we have, and we will get an amended budget and updated financial plan bylaw in 2023, which will give us a bit better sense of the, what that actually means. So moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Mayor Herford. Any discussion? Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks to staff for all your work, despite this being challenging news to try and digest on a Tuesday afternoon. I am supporting this motion because I think we need to go through the due diligence of how we're going to figure out how to cover the additional cost and the implications it's going to have on our debt servicing and our real estate and facilities master plan more broadly. That's the work that we need to do to figure out what the actual implications of this are. I'm not quite on board yet. I know that we can't necessarily stop this project and pause it right now. Like, that has significant implications. Like, the decision to not move ahead is a significant decision as well. And I don't want to make light of that. But the decision to add another $10 million to the price tag of this project is also very significant for our community at this point. And so it will be a difficult decision in April, but I look forward and thank you in advance to the finance team for doing the hard work and figuring out what the pieces are that we can pull together to try and limit the impacts that this will have. But we know that we're close to our debt servicing capacity already, and that this will have knock-on effects on us being able to deliver on some of our other projects. So we'll see what happens in April. Thank you.
Mayor Herford?
Yes, thank you. I'm supporting the motion and look forward to the future discussions around what that actually, the impact is more broadly to us and municipality and our initiatives. And I think it's been quite clear that staff's done an incredible amount of work here to try to find a way through this without, most likely with an eye to avoid needing to come to council with news such as this. And now the rest of the team can sort of get to work in preparation for our discussions in April around if and how we can achieve this. It is an important piece of work. It's an important building for our community. We are here now with this cost escalation, not only because just the timing of when we chose to take this on, but because of past decisions that didn't take this on when it was needed and maybe more appropriate and more affordable for the community. So, we are here now and we can't really lament that at this point, but we are at a critical point with a end of life, beyond end of life, I think was a statement I heard in the presentation. So facility, and at this point I'm having a hard time calling it a facility. It's remarkable with what the team does in the space that's provided. But this is an important piece, and we need to tackle the next piece of this work, which is figuring out, what this cost escalation means. And by endorsing this, we're enabling staff to go do that. So I look forward to the outcome of that work for our Q1 budget amendment discussions, which will undoubtedly be challenging. But I look forward to that at that time. So thank you very much for your work. I'm supporting.
Councillor French?
Thanks, Chair. And in supporting this motion, I want to put a highlight on the word cheap. We heard in the staff presentation the use of the word cheap, and in hearing that phrasing in the presentation, in my head, I was substituting cheap with value for money, because I think that is what staff is looking for more than ever in light of where we're at with this project. Making every dollar we spend on this project go as far as we possibly can in the climate that we're in. And then when I think back to when the first Alex Munro Fire Hall was built, staff and council made a conscious decision at that time to erect a cheap building, a truly cheap building that ultimately was not good value for money. It was a facility that quickly wasn't serving the needs of our community well, and it did not serve our community long term. It was torn down and replaced by a far superior building. So I want for us to learn from that experience with that fire hall number one in memory of Alex Munro as we work on this project. We cannot afford to cheap out on this. And the direction we're going in with this motion is one that I support, despite the painful numbers we're talking about and the amount of money. So I'm supporting this motion and supporting moving ahead the way this sends us.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor French raising the issue of our experience with other buildings, and I'd like to refer to a couple of others in the same spirit. The Adventure Centre. It was, of course, a very different design and construction planning process behind that project, and one that the community actively took part in. A story, but one to remember and to learn from. The building, certain features of the building today are needing to be addressed. And the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and the building mechanics, leaking roof, these sorts of things. The downtown pavilion, the earlier one, which some may not be familiar with, but we cut costs on the foundation of that building. Probably cost 20 years at least of the lifetime of that earlier pavilion that we had downtown. The police building, maybe another story there for those more better acquainted with it. So I think, in the same spirit of Councillor French, I think we must remember our experience in the past as well in looking at buildings and the choices we make, and years later we can see the consequences. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'll also be speaking in support of this very challenging increase in price. I know that it's not easy to come to council and say that these costs are going up as much as they are. Speaking to Councillor Anderson's point, I think it's really important that we do make a building with what you would say has good bones, something that's going to stand up to the long run. And I think that things like, when I hear words like we're building it out of post and beam, I think more money. But then I also realize it also increases the longevity of the building and the flexibility of the building as we move into the future. And construction is not going to get cheaper. So doing it now is better than doing it in 5 years or 10 years. Thanks.
Thank you. And also, I'll be I'm speaking in support of the resolution. I think last term a number of us lamented the AAP process and how much extra those delays cost us, and I think we're finding out actually cost us a lot more. That's not the whole cause of the escalation, but it sure stings. So it's a good reminder, and I think we've maybe talked that point to death, but yeah, it's a frustrating little bit. I think it's really important. I want to highlight the use of a quantity surveyor, because and I'm glad to hear, and I wouldn't expect any different, but we're not just accepting the prices that contractors and stuff give us. We're getting all of these reviewed and checked and making sure that this is actually what these things cost, that we are getting good value for our dollar. And what I heard, although the cost is high, the focus is on making sure the value is there. And I think some of my colleagues spoke to that, which is critical. In some ways, this resolution is easy to support because this facility is so critical. We've seen with the floods and the weather and everything, we know how important this particular facility is. And so despite the high costs, this resolution is easy for me. Where I think what I also heard, though, is although we're seeing cost escalations in this project, just where we are in timelines, we know, or what I heard is our real estate facilities master plan, that whole thing is going to be a lot more expensive. And so for me, the really tough piece is going to be some of those core or non-critical facilities. What happens to them? And that's where it's going to get really challenging, I think, for us as a community. And so this piece is a little easier. That discussion is in April. And as we start to reevaluate our real estate facilities master plan, that's where it's going to get tough. And so we're going to have to, I guess, sharpen our pencils and be ready to make some tough decisions. I thank staff for doing the work to make sure we're making informed and value-based decisions, though. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we will take, I guess, 3 minutes to switch over. So at 4:10, we will speak to the Three Summits proposal. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hamilton to speak us about the Three Summits Land Development Agreement Amendment and Initial Development Permit.
Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Carrie Hamilton, planner for the District of Squamish. And I'll be presenting to you today a preliminary review of the Three Summits Development Permit Proposal and an amendment to the existing land development agreement on the property, which will be referred to as LDA throughout the rest of this presentation. So 38201 3rd Avenue was rezoned to CD91 during 2018 to support the construction of 232 senior housing units at 38275 3rd Avenue. The rezoning was adopted in January of 2022, following land development agreement approvals and execution of rezoning conditions. A DP application for 38201 3rd Avenue were received shortly after, with the latest updated plan submitted in the fall of last year. A delegated temporary use permit application was also received in that time, and both applications have now completed internal and external referral review. Staff's review has highlighted the need for an LDA amendment to proceed with the temporary sales center, which requires council approval. The DP application is proposing a height variance with some massing changes from the original LDA proposal. As a result, staff are also requesting initial council feedback on the project prior to proceeding with the public information meeting, advisory design panel review, and council's DP approval consideration. The DP applicant would like to proceed with construction of a temporary sales center on site prior to initiating the overall mixed-use development. Staff support the allowance for temporary sales center use, as it is standard practice for larger developments and does not take up existing retail space downtown. It was also the same site where the Eagle Wind Sales Center was located in 2005. As the sales center falls under the delegated permit process, staff would have the authority to review and issue the required temporary use permit, development permit, and building permit. However, the LDA was not written to include exemptions for a sales center, and therefore these permits would trigger clauses in the LDA that were not intended, actually for the larger development and building permit. These clauses cannot be met at this time, and therefore does not allow the district staff to proceed with issuance of the sales center permits until the LDA is amended. Staff was not made aware of the temporary sales center consideration for the site until application in this fall. Typically, these exemptions are considered and written into the LDA to avoid these types of amendments. At this time, staff are seeking council's approval to amend the agreement for this purpose, which would later be executed by the mayor and corporate officer. Staff is also seeking council's preliminary feedback on the DP application for the site. The DP is for a mixed-use building with 3-story parkade to house 431 required parking stalls. The project is offering 20,000 square feet of ground floor commercial, achieving CD91's 10% of gross floor area requirement. It includes 202 residential units provided in 3 apartment buildings, ranging from 6 to 7 stories. The Massey rezoning originally included only 2 buildings at 6 stories. As a result, this DP is seeking a height variance from 22 meters to 25 meters and includes some massing changes from the original proposed LDA concepts. The development is also required to provide 1,942 meters squared of public park and 40% overall open space, which the project is currently proposing to exceed. Staff is seeking council's input on the following 4 topics. So the first item is mature trees. The District of Squamish official community plan contains DP guidelines that speak to preserving mature trees on site where possible. Staff are exploring to apply this guideline to 4 of the 12 trees on the site. According to the latest arborist report, these trees are in fair condition with minor health issues, and 1 in good condition. All heights are between 10 meters and 15 meters. Currently, all the trees are recommended for removal due to the building's footprint impact on their root system and tree canopy. 3 of the trees are mature conifers situated next to property lines and highlighted in orange on the screen. Staff are suggesting to explore retention, if possible, of these mature trees through building articulation and minimal impact for residential density of the site. The 4th tree, highlighted in pink, is a mature Norway maple with a stem situated roughly 8 meters from the front property line. Staff have received public feedback requesting preservation of this particular tree. Preservation would require more significant frontage changes to the development, but could be explored while addressing other DP guidelines. Sorry, there's more to this. The developer has concerns regarding the age and longevity of these mature trees and the impact a building will have on their existing root and tree retention. They are proposing to remove all trees and instead replant larger new trees on the site that will grow with the development. The drip line for these mature trees are between 9 and 13 meters and critical root zones 4 to 7 meters. Replanting trees to mature over time would likely still require larger building setbacks on this development, as they only have about 3 meters or 5 meters from the property lines. Replanting to a similar maturity would likely only be achieved if the replanting was within the park area. Preserving large trees along street frontages will help reduce the overall massing impact of the development. Given tree retention will have impact on the development footprint and the overall design, staff is seeking council's early feedback on whether the development design should consider tree retention in accordance with DP guidelines. So the second item is height and massing. CD91 supports a height of 22 meters to achieve a 6-story building. The current DP application is proposing a height variance for 25 meters to achieve 7 stories on both the east and west building. The additional residential stories are proposed to make up for the west building stepping back its south building massing to allow chief views for the adjacent 1203 Pemberton Avenue residents, and to support breaking up the building massing at the corner of Pemberton and 3rd Avenue to provide chief views, sun exposure for the courtyard area. Pushing back building massing and breaking the building into 3 separate summits are all supportable considerations in the DP guidelines. The project has also proposed to increase the parkade size from 2 to 3 stories in order to accommodate parking requirements. And although the applicants desire to accommodate as much parking on site as possible, should this property only need to meet the downtown parking requirement, this 3rd story would not have been necessary. So the increase of the parkade also increases the height of the courtyard area. To date, staff have received over 20 public comments on the project, 15 of which have brought up concerns around the height and massing of the building. Staff are supportive of increased height and LDA massing changes, as long as there are variations in the overall massing of the building to consider other DP guidelines, such as minimizing viewscapes and solar impacts on adjacent developments, public parks and streets, and consideration for step-back upper stories at building edges to align the density with the surrounding 3, 4, and 6-story buildings. Staff have also recommended that residential density along Pemberton Avenue be stepped back from the commercial frontage to reduce frontage massing, create a prominent commercial frontage with some patio and plaza areas, and have less solar impact on the adjacent public park space. The red boxes on the screen are examples of where reductions of building massing could be explored. Given a height variance is at council's discretion, staff is seeking initial feedback on the proposed massing and height changes. Third item is a large site context, larger site context item regarding public parkland and road frontage. Along with other massing changes to the development, the project is also proposing massing changes along Pemberton Avenue frontage, which impacts the area and orientation of the proposed public park space. The LDA secured public park area with a predominant frontage along Pemberton Avenue to maximize south-facing solar exposure and views of the chief. The current proposal slightly exceeds that area, but with an orientation and massing changes resulting in the park area shifting further northwest, leading to more viewscape and shading impacts on the park. Staff can work with the developer to resolve these concerns, but is seeking council's feedback on a revised traffic movement and public park concept for the area. As frontage improvements are required for this development, it was observed that the existing Eaglewind Boulevard area, which in 2005 built 2 large one-way roads, some parking, and large grass areas connected to an unconventional roundabout intersection design at 4th and Pemberton, and that it may not be the most desired design to support increased adjacent density. It was conceived that the entire area could be rearranged to create larger sidewalks, dedicated parking spaces, better traffic movement in the area, and create a more public park space. This vision can be seen roughly depicted in the large image on the screen. Some of these improvements would be beyond the subdivision development control bylaw requirement and would require some negotiation. The addition of this park space could address some of the concerns above while allowing the development to retain its density targets. Staff is seeking council's initial comment on this proposed redesign. So lastly, the beloved topic of parking. This DP application falls directly outside the downtown parking requirement area, and you can see on the map on this screen. The application is currently proposing to meet the required off-street parking requirement of 431 stalls. Should the project fall within the downtown parking requirement area, the project would only require 240 stalls, with up to 21 allowed to be paid through the Cash and Loop program. Downtown parking regulation minimums are less because the regular parking requirement are less than the regular parking requirement, as urban centers have shown to require less vehicle ownership and dependency. That said, staff recognize that these regulations work best in combination with a robust regional transit system, car sharing, and active transportation networks. Although the district is working towards realizing these objectives, parking remains a challenging topic, especially in our downtown core. Staff agree with increased residential parking for this development. However, 37 commercial stalls and 51 visitor stalls may be in excess for this downtown development. Reductions to these amounts or shared use calculations could be explored for this development to repurpose parking space to support more robust storage units, bike parking, or commercial patio space. As parking variances can be contentious topics, staff and the applicant would like to get council's initial thoughts on considering a parking variance for this application to support these competing objectives. So staff have provided a list of relevant OCP policies that support the four
other
items.
polygon development that's coming
discussed
downtown.
today.
They're presenting to council right now.
Oh, nice. You good or what?
Someone is speaking
Not
now.
gonna happen anytime soon.
That was Chantel. I muted her.
Okay.
All right, that's okay. So, in quick summary for the OCP policies, they include supporting residential infill and encouraging residential density in downtown, prioritizing retention of healthy mature vegetation during redevelopment wherever possible, considering view corridors and DP review, securing quality usable parklands and play spaces for a growing community and promote downtown gathering spaces, and finally maintain reduced parking standards in the downtown. This development touches on two council strategic priorities: the planet and environment, if preserving of mature trees is supported on site, and neighborhood connectivity in public spaces through increasing the area of publicly accessible parks and gathering spaces and pedestrian spaces. So DP 00585 was listed on the online development showcase, and 3 development information signs have been posted on the site as per district communication policy. At present, staff have received 20 comments from members of the public regarding this application. All public comments to date can be found in the attachments to this report, but in summary, comments have focused predominantly on height and massing concerns for the development, followed by parking concerns and some comments about tree loss or retention. A public information meeting will be held for this application following council feedback. Results of the PIM and any further public comment will be provided to council at the development permit consideration meeting. Staff is seeking committee's recommendation to approve an amendment to the existing land development agreement and to authorize the mayor and corporate officer to execute the amendment. And staff is also seeking committee's initial comments on the proposed DP application as it pertains to the 4 items of mature trees, height and massing, public park, frontage, and parking. Alternatively, council could not approve the LD amendment and can provide more development permit comments regarding other topics. That concludes my presentation, and welcome committee's feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council. Councillor French and then Hamilton.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I want to start with the temporary sales center. So obviously it'll be removed at some point. So have the developers provided a removal plan? And I'm thinking particularly around recycling, reuse of that sales center.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any plan at this time.
Okay, and the sales center apparently is going to go onto a concrete slab, if I'm reading those plans correctly. So I'm curious to know, will that concrete slab be incorporated into the park, or will the concrete slab be removed once the sales center is no longer in use?
Through the chair, my understanding is that concrete slab would be removed.
Okay, that's all I have for now, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. My first question regarding the height of the building. This is obviously a very important thing. As you go up in height, the developer can put more units in there, presumably making units more affordable as you go up in height. But it obviously drastically changes the environment of the surrounding buildings. What is the approximate height and number of stories of the surrounding buildings? And I know that's an ambiguous question to ask, but this is clearly taller than anything else nearby. Yeah. Can you give me an idea of how much taller than any of the surrounding buildings or any of the other buildings in Squamish this will be?
So through the chair, I'll maybe start at the north end. There are some townhouses right beside this application to the northwest. If we were to use Clock Tower as an example, they actually are situated higher up. So their building is 6 stories with a clock tower that actually exceeds to 7 stories. So it is still about relatively if not more than 25 meters if you do the calculation. But it is only 6 stories of residential. If we're moving to the west, it's a 4-story. That's the 1201 Pemberton Avenue one that I was speaking to, that they're trying to push back the massing to help preserve views for that particular development. And then I believe if we queue around to the south, there's a 3-story building. And then on the east side, we've got Shoppers. And then to the exact north, there is a 4-story building, I believe, which there was in the early rezoning stages, they wanted to open up that courtyard to open up to that building so that there wasn't a big wall right there. So they have been trying to consider their adjacent buildings. But yes, the height is higher than most of them around.
Councillor Hamilton, just before you go on, I had another question on this particular point. Councillor Stoner. Oh, and then I'll go to Jonas and then Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Just one of your questions was how does it compare to other buildings in Squamish? And I'm just looking at Waterfront Landing or Sea and Sky. And the buildings that are going up now are in Lot 5, I believe, which is the maximum height is 25 meters on those lots. I'm not sure if the buildings go exactly up to 25 meters, but it'll be a comparable zone.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Just a clarification on Councillor Hamilton's preamble, which was one of my questions. The height variance doesn't change the density that has been approved through the land development agreement and the rezoning. So they're not necessarily asking for more units or higher density. They're proposing a change in the massing of the building, but it'll be the same number of units than what was previously agreed to. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. I believe there was no locked in amount of units in the LDA or in the zone itself, but it is achieving the density targets. It's actually lower at 1.74. The density target maximum is 1.8 for this site.
And just one more item of clarification on neighboring buildings. Irrespective of the current heights, they have, I believe, CD4 zoning for the most part, which allows 6 stories. Is that correct? And 22 meters. Yeah.
The Eagle Wind development is a different zoning. However, our commercial core extends to that corner of 4th and Pemberton, which in our policy in OCP would support a C4 zone in there if a rezoning were to come forward.
Okay. Thanks for the allowing us to get some clarification. Councillor Hamilton, please continue.
I'll stop there and probably come back and again another time.
Okay. Do I see Councillor Anderson?
I'll start with the, excuse me, the mature trees. If I'm not mistaken, the Norwegian maple number 377, I have just the other day seen a photo of the tree planting, and it was to commemorate the opening of the manor. It was a tree planted by the Senior Citizens Housing Society President Art Reynolds and Mayor Pat Brennan. It's just something to note. So that tree is, it doesn't say in the arborist report, it'll be about 44, 46 years old, something like that. But I actually am going along with the recommendation that it is not a tree that necessarily should be retained. And I look forward in future to us having some further guiding policy for urban forestry, if you like. And I know that that's been discussed and thought about, and it's in the pipeline at some point. I think that is a notable fact. But we have a new facility, and that is the West Winds. And perhaps there was a tree planting ceremony there too, and again, part of a future orienting policy. So I am in favor of the staff recommendations and as advised by the developer as well regarding tree retention. And the height, the height and viewscapes for adjacent residents. I'm looking at Eagle Grove and for the Shannon Falls, and I think that some good solutions, as far as they could take it, for viewscapes, and this is not only affecting heights but frontage. I think that the current proposal has some good solutions, and I'm prepared to see it be taken to the next step of a public information meeting and advisory design panel. And I assume that the public information meeting would.
Councillor Anderson, actually, we're still on questions. If people have, do you have questions that you'd like resolved?
Well, why don't I pose that as a question, that the public information meeting will precede the advisory design panel presentation?
Mr. Valaniskas.
I just want a clarification to Councillor Anderson around the trees. We're a bit on two different pages. I think the developer is proposing that we removal of all trees, and staff are suggesting retention of the trees that are in good condition and are of considerable size.
Thank you. I'll come back to that point later, Chair.
Okay. And do we have more questions, Council? Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Given that the height change is sort of just, in my mind, a reallocation of where the space the buildings occupy, but don't necessarily change the gross, the overall size. The parking change seemed to be part of that too, another layer of the parking. Could you speak to that? I have a parking specific question after, but just to understand where we're starting with that. And how that interplays.
Yeah, so through the chair, my understanding is that it was envisioned that they could accommodate all the parking needs in 2 stories. And when they started looking at the bikes parking requirements and the waste storage, which has increased since 2018, and some of the didn't realize the full extent of the visitor and commercials parking stalls, that when they did try to place it into the site, it required another level of parking to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you. And undergrounding is what I saw there, and that's how far are we on in the process to understand the viability of that solution? Just so I know that's not always possible, and there's been some false starts in other projects in that regard. So
yeah, so through the chair, just to clarify, I believe they're just undergrounding half of the lower story, which has been done here in Squamish and has been supported in the past. And at this time, I believe we have some policy now that speaks to supporting that, or at least being able to review that design.
Yeah, thank you. And I know the sort of the ability to actually do that is site specific. So if it feels like there's confidence that can happen here, and that's comforting. Around the parking regulations and being on the edge of the downtown, it's interesting to me, and it's a dramatic difference in the requirement. And I'm just trying to wrap, I get the binary in or out of downtown, but that, are there other, sort of in that broader scope of parking, is pros and cons of expanding the downtown to include this, which I appears to be one of the things worth considering, or some other sort of transitional regulation between to soften that inner out. Is staff, what's sort of the thought process there, or has something else happened in this space that's similar we can compare to?
Through the chair, I'm just going to pull up a slide just so we can speak to it. Oh, do I have to share it? Shoot. Okay. Well, if we can visualize the map that I have in the report, unless I get some IT help. Yeah, so it would be in the parking section of the report. Sorry.
Council, it's page 44 of 73 in our agenda. If you want to look at the map that I believe is the slide that we're going to appear here. Yeah.
Okay, I've got it up on the screen. Thank you. So as you can see, there's a bit of a unique jog in this map design. And right at this time, we don't have most of the developments along that 3rd Avenue side on the west side are now built, except for this property. So exploring a change to this map at this time is probably a bigger exercise and maybe not necessary. And what staff is proposing to consider here is just a variance for this particular zone and for this development permit to accommodate a decreased amount of parking stalls. So no kind of, to change a map like this, you would have to do a rezoning process to change the zoning bylaw. So at this time, the recommendation is just to take that into consideration in a variance consideration for this design. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I suppose staff's looking for direction to explore something between those two, or for including that downtown standard, because I think those are two different discussions in my mind, and I could most likely come up with an opinion for both of those options. So could you?
To clarify through the chair, staff is proposing to consider something in between, not to just go to the downtown zoning regulation.
Thank you. I'll ponder that and before I provide my feedback. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Stoner and then put myself on the list.
Thank you. Through the chair, wondering if you can go back to the map of the mature trees on site. Yeah, that one. So Mr. Valenuskas clarified that there's a little bit of a discrepancy in between what staff are suggesting and what the report suggests. The report does suggest that some of the trees are eligible for retention, but it's not the ones that are identified here in the arborist report. And so I'm just curious why those trees were identified for retention and not the ones in the arborist report.
To the chair, my understanding is the arborist report confirms that all trees would be removed on the site.
It says management recommendations for trees 370, 365, and 12. These trees are candidates for retention.
So through the chair, my apologies, but the report was changed right before we got this report into council. So this is kind of new to me to see that. The ones in the corner have not been part of any of the discussion. These trees, I believe, in the corner here are the ones speaking in the arborist report. The arborist report is built or written to specify where trees do not interfere with the foundation and with the development. What staff is asking for is for an updated arborist report that speaks to what foundation changes would be needed to accommodate these existing trees. So arborist reports are not written to say, hey, these are great trees and they're healthy and let's retain them. They're written to highlight that as the development is designed, these trees should be removed because they will not survive adjacent to that footprint. So this is probably why that arborist report is speaking to retraining those particular trees, because it has no impact with the footprint they've proposed.
It's a really helpful distinction on how you write how the arborists write their report. I thought it was like, oh, let's inventory which trees are important on this site and which ones should be retained from an ecological perspective. So that's really helpful. And I will leave my comments about the importance of having a new arborist report with the other view for consideration later. But thank you for that clarification. Okay, then my other question was around the parking and its interaction with the height and massing. I think Mayor Herford was trying to get at this, but can you just clarify the additional layer parking? Does that impact the height of the building?
Through the chair. So my understanding is that they've accommodated that height difference. The parking is not the issue. I'll share this image again. You can see directly the difference that they are proposing an additional story to those west and east elevations, and that is what is causing the height variance.
Okay, and then can you just go over one more time the proposal for the consideration of the frontage changes that staff are considering for discussion? So would that mean totally shifting one of the one-way streets can you just explain what that proposal is?
Certainly, through the chair. So at this time, it's an early proposal, and we're just exploring the opportunity for it. But to basically re-envision the Eagle Wind Boulevard and how it functions, it would be a four-way stop intersection instead of the roundabout. And it would have a one-way into Eagle Wind. And through that, we would be able to resurface a lot of the asphalt that is there right now and used for road to create a better park system attaching to the public park that they would provide on their property. And then also still accommodate some of the parking needs that site accommodates currently.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
So on this point, Councillor Frank, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so Chair, what I think I heard there is that the traffic circle under what we're looking at right here would be completely eliminated and replaced with a four-way. Is that correct?
Through the chair, correct.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. I was excited to see the sort of fixing of that intersection that is an interesting one, to put it mildly. So I'm generally like that outcome, that intersection roundabout thing can be addressed. But I wonder about combining if a shift somehow to combine that park space, like to push those park space together rather than apart, was considered in the overall. I know it doesn't, maybe leads to some other strange angles there, but if that park space was combined with the park space being created through this development, perhaps that would be of benefit to the sort of how it all functions. And was that explored at all?
So through the chair, this design was explored with engineering staff support as well as park staff support and active transportation staff support. And the rationale for why the park is actually divided is actually because we have utilities underneath the one road that we would maintain, and those utilities we would want to be able to potentially be able to service in the future and without ripping up the park.
Okay, thank you. And in other discussions around the community, we have this Vernuf, if I'm saying that correctly, I'm trying to get it, concept, which to me sort of in front of the 55 sort of has some of those elements. And I'm just wondering how this would play into that, just sort of out of frame at the top of the picture here, and that overall design. Is that, just so I understand sort of how we're feeding into that and so on. Is this is a one way? Is that what I heard? Or this is both ways? Okay, thank you.
So through the chair, just to confirm that it will be two-way traffic on this road. Currently, it operates as one way on the east side one way on both sides. So we would make a bit of a wider road to accommodate two-way travel. And at this time, this is still a concept design. We don't have all of the details at this time, but we want to see if we can get, because this is a deviation from what would typically happen in a subdivision development control bylaw requirement, we want to capture this as part of the variance consideration for DP. So we just kind of want to get some initial concept, and we will ultimately have a much more detailed provide council at DP consideration.
Yeah, thank you. I guess in general, I'm supportive of this initiative. I think maybe that park space could. I know this is obviously a rough draft, but include the center of the roundabout, but also reclaim that road space to the further west that's not captured in that image. That wouldn't be required. But I am concerned around just sort of the speed there as those drive lines are wider. The one-way roadways are quite narrow, and that's one of the ways that we hear in our community to keep traffic calm. So that can be a future piece addressed, but that would be sort of something to flag in this process where, we don't want to increase the or decrease the safety of the operation of that area as a trade-off to addressing that also unsafe intersection, in my opinion, of the roundabout and the various roads coming together. So, but that can be, I'm sure there's a way to handle that through detailed design, but that'd be something I'll be looking for if this gets to that point. But thank you for highlighting the challenges of those alignments there, and I'm supportive of addressing that in a way that increases safety in that area. I'm just leery of creating a separate issue as part of our fix here. So thank you.
Okay, I'll take some time for some questions of my own. This area we're speaking about, I had, for whatever reason, assumed that was Eagle and Strata property. Is that district right-of-way or district-owned property in that area?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then onto the sales center. It's located in an area that seems to me eventually is meant to be somewhat of a public amenity green space. Do we typically have in the agreements we would sign for one of these an expectation of once you hit 80% sales or whatever, some sort of metric on the sales center then needs to be out, or can they indefinitely keep a sales center there once one is approved?
So through the chair, the LDA requires that to get occupancy. So say if the DP were to proceed, in order to get occupancy on the site, they have to build that public park space. So they would have to decommission that sales center in order to get any occupancy on their site. So to be in their best interest to remove that. And we can stipulate a time frame in the temporary use permits as well.
Okay, thank you. And then just trying to wrap my head around, as a general principle, I like the idea of keeping as many trees sort of as they are. And I note that there's sort of a large, and maybe it's a misnomer, but I would consider it a private open space in the center of the development. Even if the public is allowed to access there, it's sort of enclosed and it seems very resident focused. And so is there a reason why we wouldn't ask for or expect for a larger proportion of that open space to be public open space on the exterior, maybe with larger setbacks and so on? Is there a reason why why we want to preserve a large open space in the center as opposed to around the edges, keep the trees, and it's more sort of visibly public open space?
So through the chair, one of the in this design, you can kind of see that some of the redesign being proposed through staff, if trees were to be preserved, would basically push the massing from the frontage of Pemberton into that courtyard space. So it would actually reduce that space in order to preserve more public space at the frontage. The same with what would happen to the sides is the building would have to articulate in those sides, and in order to retain the massing or the residential density that they want to achieve, they would cut into the courtyard a little bit.
Okay, thank you. And from a policy perspective or livability, is there a reason why that's something we wouldn't normally want to do, or is this actually quite a good thing? Or is there a reason why you'd prefer sort of the courtyard versus the along the street?
Through the chair, my understanding is there was a lot of review around that courtyard and the public park space at the rezoning. At this time, you know, there is value on having. We do have regulation that requires open space. That's common for the strata, as well as in this particular zone. We also have this requirement for the public. So it's already kind of stipulated in the zone right now. There's a 40% requirement for the overall site. So they do still have to meet and achieve all of that. How they do it, they could potentially move some of that around. At this time, we're just proposing a large kind of massing change to that frontage in order to preserve that tree in the front. So we kind of need to have a little bit of direction from council on if we should push that or not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, just to clarify on the courtyard, it's not intended to be public, right? That is intended for strata use, or is the courtyard intended to be publicly accessible?
So through the chair, in the rezoning, if you can actually see that bottom image where there's a light blue building, the original design had a public park at the frontage at that corner, and then kind of a ramped access point to the private area. It was the design was that they were going to be connected. In the new design, you can see, sorry, it's a bit smaller, but there is still a connection proposed. So there's a staircase that takes you all the way from the public park to the upper courtyard area. So the idea is that it can be public and shared use, but that there is a dedicated public section.
Do you have questions, Councillor Herford? Mayor Herford?
We'll all get used to it one day. I was curious, and on this image, that parking area there, by my math, there's about 12 spots, 6 and 6 in two separate areas, and you go and drive now, but no sort of traditional on-street. I wondered about if that roadway was just a little bit wider to have that park stretch through that parking area, like not address that parking, like not replacing the parking like with the same number, but addressed in a different way. And is that something that staff's explored yet, given that we could end up with sort of that a portion of that entire block as park rather than the park and parking combo that's here?
Through the chair, do you mind clarifying that question again? Is it to add street parking or?
Yeah, so if the park was to extend into that space that says parking, without giving the heart attack to everyone about reducing, but inside that space that says parking, right now, my math was 12 spots, but there's no on street in that area. So if the parking was done on street instead of that way, then we could have a slightly narrower but longer park that stretches that whole block. If we're going to tackle sort of a redesign in there, I hope I've articulated that. And is that something that's been explored, or is that a possibility?
Through the chair, the reason we tried to retain parking in there was to address we didn't want to completely lose any parking on this section. There's currently parking stalls in the middle of the boulevard space, but the way that these roads were designed, they're actually wide enough one ways to accommodate parking on the side. They're quite tight, which is why in the wintertime, we actually have signage now that says you can't park there in the wintertime. However, in the summertime, these are frequently used to park cars. So although there are 12 dedicated stalls, there's also some additional stalls. So removing the whole area for parking was something that staff felt was maybe a bit too much to ask for to the community and too much change, but that we could still accommodate some parking as well as park space in that design.
Thank you for that clarity. I had assumed that with the signage that I could see in my research, just there to that upper end, there was a pullout that has 4 or 5 spots on street. So my math was that it could be compensated for with on street. But okay, thank you for that clarity. I will ponder that further. Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw, questions?
Well, I have some comments, so I don't know if it's time for comments yet.
I'm going to check if there's any more questions. We should actually move to comments, and then I'll go around the circle for comments. So any questions, Councillor Hamilton?
Coming back to the number of levels of parking, I just want clarity. Is it possible for them to go down one more story in parking in order to keep the height at 22 meters above ground? Or is the answer to that still uncertain because it requires geotechs?
So through the chair, the way they've designed the parking garage is that it's right above the groundwater level. So we do not typically want to support, and it is hard to allow for any more parking to go below that. And then just to clarify again that the parking is not the driver for the additional height, it's the additional residential story.
Just to clarify that point, though, I understand that's not the driver, but sort of where we are now, could we say, oh, actually, if we took out a level of parking, we could accommodate the extra level of residential without increasing the height now?
Through the chair, I'd have to bring that back to the architect to explore that option, but happy to take that comment back if that's what you'd like.
Okay, thank you. So I will go around. I'll start with Councillor Anderson and go around clockwise. And I've let us go a bit late, so if we can stay on track, that'd be great. Thank you.
Very good. Starting with the trees, I have said that I'm actually not hung up on retaining all this vegetation. I would have been more concerned about the lack of attention to material salvage on this site. And that would have been a bigger issue for me than the retention of these trees. There was significant loss of opportunity there as those old buildings came down. With respect to tree number 377, I've highlighted that it may be a tree that was planted in connection with the manor opening in the late 70s. That might be confirmed. I think I can help in this. And I'd like to hear the developer's rationale for removing it. But again, this is not a biggie for me. I think we have to, in my own garden, I've replaced giant trees 3 times and they've become giants. And if you don't tend them, they become issues for the neighbors. Moving on to issues of height and viewscapes, as I've already touched on, I think that the proponent has come up with some good solutions for adjacent buildings and residence viewscapes. That is for Eagle Grove and for Shannon Falls. I think that the configuration of this block has been taken into account with the adjacent buildings. There are just some angles and frontage issues or opportunities here that I think that have been reflected in the solutions proposed. This area, I've never, I think, anywhere seen so many motorized chairs and scooters. This is a precinct for seniors, and it's without a doubt the new building will be populated again by seniors. And so all sidewalks and frontage and visibility issues at intersections must take this into account. Of course, we have standards already and new policies underway for the downtown area in street design. But this is, I think, something that should be considered very important in this area and wherever we land with parks, frontage, sidewalks, and access also to the parks. On parking, I note that with reference to the staff comments, we have functions at the 55 Center. We hope that they will be busier in future as a place for community events and greater usage. The current Boulevard parking area is used to capacity quite often for community events. So this must be borne in mind. That is the spillover for that facility and other adjacent as well. So the parking facilities, there's reference to 37 commercial stalls and 51 visitor stalls may be in excess for this downtown development, unquote. I think that, and there's reference to repurposing parking space to support more other activities, active transportation facilities, that sort of thing. I think also consideration might be given to planning parking facilities and stalls which can be later repurposed. There's an unknown here. That's another aspect of repurposing them. Not now, but maybe later, and design them with that in mind. Finally, with respect to parking, I was a member of the zoning bylaw review working group about 12 years ago, and there's a statement here regarding downtown parking regulation minimums are less than the regular parking requirements, as urban centers have shown to require less vehicle ownership and dependency. In fact, the rationale for the current downtown parking regulations was to give downtown an advantage over the shopping centers to the north. The rationale given here is not quite accurate. It was a consideration, but those that were in favor of reduced parking regulations in the downtown did a bunch of work and found that there should be enough parking anyway. So, but the real reason was to give downtown an advantage, and at that time we were just coming out of a recession, so reduced parking was a way to stimulate investment in the downtown. That's a bit of a tangent, but I just thought I might clarify that as that was the rationale at that time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Greenlaw, and just, yeah, if we can try and keep it short. Yeah, so Councillor Greenlaw, please.
Sure, thanks. Just to kind of go through it in order, I'd like to personally see as many trees retained as possible for optics and ecosystem and all the good things. As for the height increases, I'm concerned that 25 meters will be quite tall in that area, and I'm concerned that it might potentially impede some of the viewscapes. But I do appreciate the trade-off for residencies. I like that there is public park space on the residence side of the street. I do have concerns about splitting it on either side of the street. And I think my understanding was that you were saying there are utilities underneath the road. Is that what you're saying? That's why. Okay. Just, you know, in my mind, I wonder about kids trying to run across the street to see their friends. So that's my one concern with that design aspect. But I'd also like to make a comment about the parking for this building, though relative to the downtown core, it seems downright opulent. But I think we should really consider that the adjacent development is predominantly young families who, with our current transit options, more or less require 2 vehicles per residence. And right now it's a parking mess there. And the overflow parking in that area is currently on private property that is soon to be developed. So I wonder if any excess parking spots in this area could be used as almost mortgage helpers and be sublet to people in the surrounding community who will be in desperate need of parking. I also think it would be prudent to have a developer pay for more parking rather than the municipality or compounding our parking woes in the downtown core. Further to that, I would like to point out, similar to what Councillor Anderson was saying, that the parking stalls today could be modified in future to be used for bike parking, storage for future residents. It's not necessarily cars in perpetuity. So I would be in favor of maintaining that parking configuration. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I am first item I'm supportive of the amendment to the LDA to allow the sales center. Regarding the trees, it seems to me that the Norwegian oak is a valuable tree from a sense of that community. When I don't walk down there very often, but when I do, that I remember that tree. And I would support keeping that one tree. Regarding parking, I concur with Councillor Greenlaw on a lot of points. I think it is important in that area particularly. There are parking challenges there, like many places, and I think we should keep the 431 residential stalls. I am a little bit more okay with reducing the commercial and visitor stalls, but I would still like to see a retention of parking in that area. I'm reluctant to see the height variance, the height increase, but I would like to better understand what benefit is being gained by that additional height. What does the community, or what do the potential owners of those units, what do they gain by having that additional height? And I do support the removal of that roundabout and the addition of the park space there with minimal reduction in the parking in that area. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. supportive of the temporary sales center. I don't necessarily have an issue with that because that is fairly typical and I think needed. However, I would like to see us hold the developer to a high sustainability standards when it comes to the ultimate removal of that building, reuse or reuse of materials. I just want to make sure that we don't have a repeat of what we saw with the tear down of the old building, where it seemed a significant amount of material that had value the value wasn't realized. So moving on to the 4 items that staff is looking for feedback on, with the mature trees, I thought that the Silverback Tree Works report was good. And then I learned some new stuff today that had me thinking about it in a new direction. But nonetheless, there are 3 trees that are identified as potential retention candidates. It's tree 12, which is a maple, tree 368, which is an oak, and tree 370, which is a pine. And I think that there could be value in preserving those trees. It sounds like it could be done without too much pain through the construction period. And then on the topic of the Norway maple, I agree it's an iconic tree and it's been there for a long time. And it certainly has value in the neighborhood. I don't want to send the developer back to do a complete redesign of their project to preserve that tree. And one of my motivations for saying this is that the developer has indicated they recognize the value of that tree and the feedback from the community, and have indicated that they could see a possibility of being the wood from that tree being milled and preserved in some way, in a public way that preserves the memory of that iconic tree. And how cool would it be if that tree did come down? Part of the planting for the new development includes a new Norway maple that we could have a celebration around as the junior new tree, replacing the old iconic Norway maple. And I want to also acknowledge that the landscape plan is significant. The number of new trees that are proposed is, from what I understand, quite a bit higher than the minimum standard that's required for a landscape plant. Height and massing, I'm okay with the additional floor and the massing change. And one of my reasoning for that is I think that there's a positive impact to the viewscapes for the residents in that area with going a little higher and opening things up a little bit more. The public park and frontage, I support the concept that staff is floating there with the expanded park and taking away the two-way, removing the roundabout. As much as I love traffic circles, I think that the proposed staff change makes sense in this spot to gain us some new park space. And parking, with this site as large as it is, there is room for parking. So I think my thinking is fairly consistent with what I heard from Councillor Greenlaw. I think there's some room to maybe reduce the numbers around the commercial and the visitor parking, but I would like us to stay quite a bit higher in parking space numbers than if this was pulled into that downtown status. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, on the mature trees, I'm supportive of trying to explore how we retain them. And if not, I do appreciate that it might not be possible to retain them, that might, I don't want to just create a futile exercise if they're not going to be able to survive. But there's a comment in the staff report that really stuck with me that says, even if replanting trees to mature over time would likely still require larger building setbacks. And so I think that's the component to me, because also as I read the arborist report, it says that considering those Existing mature trees are prominent in the viewscapes of the area and proposed for removal. It is recommended that more prominent replacement trees be provided to substitute their removal. The substitute tree should be more mature in age than the saplings currently proposed. And so that line to me says that we need to be asking, if those mature trees cannot be retained, we need to be asking for more mature trees to be planted, and that's going to require more space. So that's my line of thinking, is ideally we retain them. If that's not possible, then how do we make sure we're retaining the ability to allow mature trees over time? The height and the massing, I'm not necessarily opposed to considering a higher height, but I think there needs to be a stronger rationale as to why we would consider it. So there is, I think, some strong rationale in the staff report, but I think it needs to be articulated. So it's increasing the ability for viewscapes from some of the neighboring properties. It's decreasing solar impacts on some portions, but I'm still not fully seeing the trade-off there. So some further articulation of that would be helpful for me to consider why we're looking at that increase in height. The public park and frontage, it's disappointing that it has increased solar impacts in the shifting of the park. I think that's one of the biggest challenges for me, to accept the shift that's being proposed. So to me, that only becomes feasible if it means that we can open up and improve the frontage on that. I'm always so directionally challenged in downtown, but on Eaglewind, the road that goes into Eaglewind, and open up that more public park space and make it more functional, because I think that's the trade-off, is we don't want to just create a shadowed park all the time on that corner. We want it to be an enjoyable place to hang out. And then last, on the parking, I would entertain the idea of definitely a shared parking standard for the visitor and the commercial space, if that makes sense to do so. The residential plus the visitor plus the commercial space is over 500 parking stalls for this unit, for this building overall, which is a lot of parking. No? Sorry, please correct me if I'm wrong.
It's okay, through the chair. I just want to correct, because I heard it a few times now. Just want to clarify, 431 is for the whole entire site. It's not just residential. Okay. So, and I don't know if that changes anything for comments, but the comments were to just explore reductions for the commercial visitor and to shared options for those, but not to impact the residential parking amounts.
Okay. So I will generally say that I am supportive of exploring that idea of the shared parking for commercial and residential. My question to developers is always, if it was just up to the market, how much parking would you actually build if we didn't actually have parking requirements? Because I actually think it should be up to the market to determine how much parking is required in that building. And it's a buyer's responsibility to understand how much parking you're buying. But that has to go hand in hand with actually putting costs for parking on the streets as well, and not having a free option for people to put their vehicles. So we're not quite there yet, but I'll leave my comments.
Okay, Mayor Herford, and I've got 10 minutes myself, so.
All right. We'll see if there's any left when I go through my tire. No, so to start with the sales center, I'm supportive of that in general. I've heard some comments around sort of the environmental aspect of that, and I don't know that a temporary structure needs a slab. So perhaps there's a way that's one way, but I'd like to know more about that, as far as what the plan is for the structure to be there exactly, and maybe I don't want to be prescriptive that that it shouldn't have a slab, but to me that just raised an eyebrow, and I wanted to know more about that, because I feel like for something that's going to be there for a short period of time, there's potentially another way that can be something that can be dropped on the site and just pulled off the site, or perhaps I'm missing something. I'd just like to know more about that. But in general, I'm supportive of, and I understand the need for and all the rest. But given that it's going to that it is temporary in nature, and the other plans for that corner don't feel like they incorporate that slab that would be left behind, it just seems a bit off to me. So. Is there comment on that particular piece of my comments, so before I fully commit to them?
Yes, just because we've heard a need for more information on the temporary sales center, I believe our goal is to get council motion today to allow for the sales center, because there's still quite a bit of work to do on the development permit application file?
I can also provide a little bit more where the temporary sales center wouldn't typically come to council for review, but we can definitely take those considerations that have been raised at the table here in staff's review of that permit.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I'd be generally comfortable with that, taking the feedback into account. And I don't think what I'm and what I've heard others mention in this area is something that adds expense or complexity necessarily. But I think that we might be proposing a simpler way to solve this problem. But there's most likely, as with most things, there's probably a piece that I'm not a piece or two that I'm not considering there as I do that. So I am supportive of that direction, and I would appreciate if those concerns could be raised with throughout that process. But I don't feel that they're necessarily deal breakers given the sort of magnitude of the overall project and the small slab that I'm discussing in my comments here. So thank you for that clarity. I'll go through the trees. In general, I'd like to know more about the plan to offset the loss or incorporate and pay homage to it, as Councillor French mentioned. And it might take, as we go through the end of the life of a building that was there that came with a ceremonial planting, as Councillor Anderson has highlighted, and it has become part of the community in the neighborhood. I know I've heard about this particular tree, and at a certain point they do take over more space than intended and start having. So I think there's a discussion to be had there, and I don't think we flushed that all the way out. So I would like to know more about how that could all sort of be accounted for in a meaningful way. I do think that the more mature planting from the beginning is important. So if that requires changes to whatever changes it requires to make that happen, I think that's absolutely worth exploring, given that it is going to be, it took, by some accounts, 50 years, Councillor Anderson, to get that tree to where it is. So it'd be nice if we were some way along that journey. And I'm not quite sure what's feasible there, but I would take some more mature plantings. I think would be appropriate. But I would like to know more about sort of that other piece around that, the Norwegian maple. The height change, I think, in my perspective, is supportable, given that what I'm seeing is a positive impact on the adjacent property, that being Eagle Grove, as far as protecting the views of the residents there. So when this project in earlier iterations, I feel it had a larger impact on, even though it was lower, on the existing building there at Eagle Grove. So and that appears to be the rationale for this change. And I think that's supportable, but I'd love to see that articulated just with a, in a more detailed way, and as well as hear from the community. And I'd imagine that the residents across the street would be part of that. They would be motivated to engage in this in the upcoming public information meeting. But my perception is that this is supportable at this time because of that positive impact actually to their experience. And I have to say that that's actually rather remarkable, because I don't find too often that a taller building has a positive impact on someone's viewscape. So once I get past that general concept, I can see that it changes that the footprint there in what I believe to be a positive way. But I'd like to see that articulated. The park and the frontage improvements, like we have on the screen here, I think this is great. That intersection is a challenge. I move through there all the time in my vehicle, walking, cycling, and it's a little chaotic. So I think providing that order there is great. I do think that the layout of the parking that's there currently is a bit extravagant as far as how much space we have between and so on. So if there's a way we could condense the parking down, and I'm not talking a reduction in spots necessarily, but just sort of maximizing the park in that area. If you look at that ratio of parking to park, we ended up with quite a bit of space around the parking that's not really usable for in a park space. So if it could be somehow massaged to be more efficient that way and even push out the usable park space a bit more, I'd like to see that explored. Yeah, so I'm supportive of that. And then the overall parking, I think it's worth exploring what a reduction in parking could mean to both the development and the community as a whole. I do think that there was some mention around additional toy storage, that kind of thing. Like I don't know that a reduction in parking necessarily means a reduction in the structure that they built. You know, having a larger, more functional storage spaces associated with these dwellings, I think could be beneficial and might be something that could be discussed amongst this, so that these the overall sort of building functions for the Squamish lifestyle that people are generally moving here to participate in, and I think that needs to be part of the parking discussion, whether that's, hey, you know, we won't need as many vehicles because we are going to fill that same space with our canoes, kayaks, bikes, kiteboards, whatever else. So, and I'd welcome a discussion in that way. I do think that compared to the downtown standards, it's a massive jump to this. So, but I'm open to the discussions, but I do think that it needs to be closer to the current standard, with some creative use of that space and perhaps some cash in lieu aspect from the downtown standard in there, but more on that end of the spectrum than closely aligned to the downtown parking standards, if we're going to discuss a change there at all. But I think it is worth exploring. I think that covers all the points and didn't use too much of Councillor Pettingill's time. So thank you.
Thank you. From my perspective, I do have a bias towards maintaining trees and open public space as opposed to private open space. And I understand there's a land development agreement we have to give some attention to. But from that perspective, and also thinking about some of the concerns around massing and so on, I do have a bit of a bias at this point towards preserving trees that are fair and good condition. And when that's based on intrinsic and ecological value as opposed to interaction with foundation plans. But, you know, can we address the massing issues, have more public open space and so on, and preserve the trees? And that just means a smaller private or semi-private courtyard. That's where my head goes. Somewhat related to that, when this comes back to us, I guess at the DP stage, I would appreciate at least seeing the massing or the heights of the neighboring buildings, just to get a sense if we're pushing things back or keeping them the same. How does it look within the neighboring properties? It's not obvious to me. Like one of my colleagues mentioned, this would obviously be a senior focused area and building. I'm not sure that's true, but regardless of that, I think accessible streetscapes in this area are incredibly valuable and important. So maybe that's neither here nor there in terms of whether or not this is a seniors focused building. Parking, I not surprisingly, maybe will take a bit of a different tack than some people. I would prefer to explore ways to maintain the 22-meter height in exchange for lower parking and or trading parking for things like storage or affordable units. I think, a developer doesn't, at the end of the day, pay for anything. It's the home buyers that pay for it. And as a council, some of our policies can capture some profit towards affordable units or daycare or whatever we decide. And for me, I'm hesitant to mandate that towards parking. I am with my colleague that I would prefer to let the market decide what the parking requirements are as a first step in where we need to go. And I think in my mind, that is not something that functions on its own. It definitely has to go with stronger enforcement. And so I don't think this development or any other should come, like this development should not be providing parking for the other stratas who are not enforcing parking on their site. and the public should not be providing parking for this development or any other either. And so that's where the enforcement piece comes in. But I also think if we mandate a very high level of parking, what we're forcing is everyone who wants to buy here has to pay for parking. And so it biases this development towards parking dependent people, which I'm not comfortable with. And I also think about the investments we have currently planned for active transit and public transit. Those are huge investments. I don't want to undermine that with a whole bunch of parking. And also, every time I look at the research, what does it say about what happens when you add parking? I know it's counterintuitive to many people, but what it seems we see over and over and over again, when you add parking, you get more parking and more traffic problems. So if we really want to address parking and traffic problems, which are the things that people say irritate them, I think we need to think about, so how do we actually do that? And adding a whole bunch of new spots is not what we see over and over again, does not seem to resolve that. So I think, let's pay attention to what the actual complaints we're getting and what does it actually take to solve those. And I know that's not an easy discussion to have at this point, but I'm convinced we can figure out a way. I think that is most of it for me. And again, I think I don't know what the right number of parking spots is, but mandating that, again, I would like a building that's really accessible and more affordable for the people who don't need a car and don't want a car. We have lots of homes and developments for people who have lots of cars with lots of parking. And so when are we going to start seeing those buildings? Like, this building is designed for the people who don't need the cars. We're saying that's where we want to go. So where are the buildings designed for that sort of person? And maybe this will be the magic one, or maybe it won't. I guess we'll see. So there have been a few contrary things, a few different ideas. As staff, do you have something to work with, or do you need us to take a straw poll on a few things, or what would you like at this point?
To the chair, I think I can work with everything that's been said today. I do just want a little bit of clarity, just because of the parking discrepancy. There were some comments from Councillor Hamilton just that I want to clarify. If you had started to support reductions, but then I wasn't completely clear about that.
So let me clarify, because I used the 431 number. Yeah. So with a misunderstanding of that. So I would support the potential reduction of the commercial and visitor stalls while maintaining the residential stalls. Is that clear?
Thank you for that.
Okay. So with all that said, we have a couple resolutions before us, Council. So Councillor French moves, Councillor Stoner seconds. Any discussion? Councillor French?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is a great discussion, and staff has a lot to work with. Lots of it aligned, some of it contradictory, but I've heard the feedback that they got what they need and can work with it. And I'm excited about this project, and in supporting this motion, I really am hearing Premier Eby in my head telling us as a province, we need to move forward with more new housing. And this has been in our system for a while now, and I'm looking forward to advancing it.
Okay, not seeing any more hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. I was assuming we were moving both together. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm seeing nods of agreement around the room. Council, we have some LMLJ. Do people need 5 minutes before we the LMLJ? Okay. Okay. Do we? Yeah. So Robin, do we need to open a meeting? Are we on a timeline? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to optimistically push on then. Is it, can I suggest, we've all, I don't know if people have had a chance to look at the draft resolutions. Can I suggest that if there's anything people have concerns about, we focus on that and assume the rest is okay? To go forward to LMLGA, is that workable for people? Mayor Herford?
Thank you. I think generally I'm comfortable with that, but also maybe what has changed since last time we looked at this, I think is important given that we've had a limited time to review some of that. So I know that the large infrastructure projects, so impact on housing and public safety, I know that some work's happened on those, and was there actually did staff have any preamble for any of this as well? I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, going way back, so based on the February 14th discussion and the previous council motions, it's been refined, wordsmithed. The major changes, other than wording changes, are we split the larger infrastructure project impacts into two different resolutions, and yeah, these are due Friday with a background or information, and staff are willing to offer some perspective on the last one, which is number 5 on the second page, if council wishes.
Okay, Mayor Herford?
Could I suggest that we start with the staff perspective on the last piece, just to make sure that gets done, and then we can go back through, because in general we've talked about the very least the high level concepts of the other motions, but just to make sure that this one gets the staff attention lens.
Sure, Ms. White, would you like to give us a little brief overview of this one? And this is the producer responsibility with regards to newspapers, just so people know what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shannon White. I'm the Integrated Solid Waste Specialist at the District of Squamish. Before Council are motions to the LMLGA. Sorry, apologies. And there is one specific to extended producer responsibility and whether newspapers should or should not be exempt from the provincial recycling regulation. While staff cannot speak to whether newspapers should be defined as a product or not, that is to the province to make that determination. What I can do is provide some context about what extended producer responsibility is, how it's regulated, how it's financed, and just kind of provide a little bit of context on that, if that's all right. Okay. To keep it fairly concise, so the recycling regulation is a regulation that is regulated by the province underneath the Environmental Management Act. And in the recycling regulation, there's the outline of what is called extended producer responsibility. And so extended producer responsibility is essentially, in a nutshell, where producers, so it could be a brand, a distributor, a manufacturer, bears the responsibility for the full life cycle of the product that they put into the BC marketplace. And so what the province has done is they require those producers to cover the cost of that full system. So it is not only is it just responsibly recycling the material, but it's also creating a collection system. So either like curbside recycling or depots, it's the communications, and then it's the collection and then the processing of the material and the proper handling of it. The province originally started, they created a list of all the regulated products, and they originally started with material that was hazardous. So they had like light bulbs that contained mercury, they have electronics, batteries, really things you don't want in the environment. Not that we really want any materials that like litter in the environment, but really hazardous materials they started with. And then as BC actually has one of the oldest EPR programs, EPR is Extended Producer Responsibility, in Canada. We're the most advanced in this kind of realm. And so as we've been progressing through over the years, they've started to incorporate more and more products that are maybe less and less hazardous. And that's where we find newspapers, paper, packaging, and then kind of moving forward in 2025, they're looking at mattresses and textiles, or there's a big list, right? And so where we find ourselves right now is that there is currently an EPR program. Oops, apologies, I'm going to take one step back, is that instead of every single brand creating an individual recycling program and paying for it and communicating it out, generally what happens is the industry comes together, they hire kind of a nonprofit consultant, and that nonprofit consultant like runs the program for them. So for example, there's a program called Paint Recycle. It's very, I think, clear on what it recycles is paint. And instead of all these different like Sherwin-Williams and Shannon's Paint and Jeremy's Paint company creating our own programs, they've come together under Paint Recycle. They pay into the program. And I can explain how they pay into the program, and then the program's executed by Paint Recycle. And so, and also just to talk about the funding, is how it works is that the recycling regulation actually does not explicitly say how the programs are funded, just they need to be self-funded. And so what happens is that the producers most often decide, they collectively decide to pass the fee on to the consumer, either in a visible form or invisible form. So for example, batteries, when you buy a battery, you do not see like a 10 cents, 20 cents, whatever it is on your receipt. Whereas if you bought that paint can, you'll see $1.10 or whatever, I don't know the actually exact amounts on the receipt. So they have the discretion to show you or not show you the amount, but that money collected goes into a general pot and funds the whole system. That the way they do that funding is up to the program. That's not regulated by the province. And so to where we are kind of today, that's a little bit of background about the program, and I'm happy to kind of dive into any of those little pieces, is that the province has regulated paper and packaging and paper-like products. Apologies if I might have gotten that wording wrong, but what's happened is that industry has come together and created Recycle BC. So as the paint example, Recycle BC represents most of these organizations. Newspapers are not included in the Recycle BC industry organization. They're not members of Recycle BC. The newspaper industry to date has remained separate, and they have been funding the recycling of the newspaper, or they've created their program by partnering with Recycle BC. So they're using the Recycle BC collection system. We, the District of Squamish, are members of Recycle BC. So all of our curbside collection, for example, is managed by them. So all the newspaper that goes into our curbside totes is because of a partnership between those two organizations and the province. So there's kind of money is being collected and passing hands and going to Recycle BC in some manner. That's a little bit between those three parties, I should say. But what's happened is every 5 years, these programs have to submit a program plan. The province has to approve it. Everyone has opportunity to provide consultation. And the newspaper program plan is up for renewal, from my understanding. And so they find themselves in a spot where they are trying to kind of identify kind of next step. Do they become members of Recycle BC? Do they become exempt from the recycling regulation, which would require provincial permission, or is there another alternative? So that's a little bit of background, and I'm happy to kind of provide more context, but it's, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. The context and the background is helpful. I think taking a step back, we have lobbied Recycle BC and UBCM to actually add things to the EPR program for years. Mattresses, we've wanted additions. And also UBCM has been lobbying for the inclusion of ICI to go into the EPR programs, which is a huge issue. Like right now, your paper and packaging from your ICI, your institutional, commercial, industrial, don't go into the EPR programs. Like that's a huge miss. So what is the risk of us now potentially changing course and lobbying to actually start removing or exempting certain elements from the EPR program? I'm concerned from a broader advocacy and lobbying perspective that this has been one track that we've been going on for a long time. We're now switching course. There might be good reason for it, but I'm also curious if there's unintended consequences.
Please go ahead. I'm not sure if that's a question that staff can answer, but if you have a perspective, sure.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. And also thank you for the acknowledgement. It is a little bit tricky because there is, staff don't know all of the ins and outs of what the ministry decides, how they make their decisions on what's exempt or not. However, it is true that to date, we have been providing consultation feedback that these programs should be more inclusive. And because what happens is that mattresses is a great example, is we currently significantly subsidize the recycling of mattresses at our transfer station. And so, and once that product gets incorporated into extended producer responsibility, we will actually be paid for that work that we're currently doing. So that's where the funding comes back to impact us. So all I would say is the risk is that potentially if, it's a little bit, it's hard to say because I don't know the relationships between these organizations, but this could have potential impact on the inclusion of newspapers in our recycling or how they are paid for in the recycling, because that's kind of behind the scenes is that. So yeah, to date, that I would say this doesn't preclude us from lobbying for additional products in the future if council decides to go down this route.
Okay, I'm just going to highlight, looking at the time, we may need to continue this discussion in the special, but I'll go to Mayor Herford and see how far we get.
Thank you. I think I wrestled with this one, but I'm thankful for the discussion on this already. And this particular piece is like we want to make sure that, say, to use the mattress as an example. We want to make sure that they're disposed of in a responsible way. This, I think, is a really interesting one where it runs into the product. We don't necessarily want newspapers to make less newspaper, to be less newspapers. We want to make less newspaper waste. Percentage of the newspaper is made up with advertising, which is how they make their funding. So I don't know. I think there's a part here around supporting our local media as we go about the rest of our work and recognizing that it's a very unique piece of work that they do, and they have an exceedingly hard time doing that work. Now, there is a responsibility of what happens with those materials when someone's sort of consumed the information on them. The vast majority of them do get recycled, and I think that's important, but it is, to me, a distinct category, and maybe we're not far enough along with this and our understanding to recommend this motion, and that's sort of where I am, but there's just unintended consequences of some of these pieces of legislation, like this EPR piece that might make the environment might push some of our local media in particular that are really having a hard time across the province, being I think unfairly impacted with this, where these policies also to sort of disincentivize some consumer activities, because we want to make sure that, and that's not necessarily what we want to have happen here. So I'm fine to step back from this, but that's the piece that I think is missing from sort of discussion here. I think a newspaper is a very, particularly a local newspaper, is a very important piece of how our communities function and our local governments function. And this is separate from the, in my mind, would be separate from the inserts. I mean, half of the paper is the inserts they put in there, and maybe that can sit aside from in some way. But I think this needs more work, and maybe if there'd be other opportunities to chime in on the process, this might not be the appropriate place for it. So I would say we could step back from this one, but sort of keep it on. I'd like it to be kept on our radar, so as it sort of clarifies what could or should happen with this. It's a familiar topic for all of us around the table. So I'm happy to pull this one off the list if that's agreeable to council, or if anyone wants to chime in on pushing forward.
I think Ms. Arthur's just given the time. Do I need to terminate this and then we'll continue this in the special?
Or recess or what?
It's up to council. You can open the special and recess if you want to continue the discussion portion of the resolutions, because the special is really intended for
to ratify
endorsement, right? And moving it forward, making endorsing the final resolution that you get to.
So that would be to move, open the
Recess this meeting.
Oh, okay.
Procedurally, you would recess this meeting.
Thank you.
And then
Open. That's right. And then you recess the special and then go back and.
All right.
And Russell doesn't need to do anything. Just, it's okay.
So a bit of procedural gymnastics, I guess. I will recess the committee of the whole and turn it over to Mayor Herford to open the special.
Thank you. And I will now open the special business meeting of the District of Squamish for Tuesday, February 28th. And as always, we're doing our work on the unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? So moved. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor French. All in favor? Thank you. I will now recess this meeting to conclude the committee of the whole meeting, and we'll resume this following that discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And if I can throw in my 2 cents on this one, I appreciate pulling this. For me, I guess when I read this, and especially the whereas, the problem is not so much the recycling, it is access to accurate information. What are the rules around accurate information? And as this is constructed, I don't see anything that precludes a far right or far left or, industry-backed newspaper from putting out all sorts of misinformation. We're not expecting them to have responsibility. And so I think the waste is something that needs to be tackled by everyone, full stop. And where I see the advocacy is support, so rules or regulations on unbiased, and that's a whole ball of wax, but sort of better access to information separate from this. So that's where my head goes when I see this. Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm looking at this as someone with experience in this world. My first newspaper job was in 2002. And at that time, many of the readers of the publication that I worked for were reading it on paper. And when I think to where we are now compared to 2002, it's very much reversed. Very few people in 2002 were reading the news online. And in 2023, very few people are reading the news holding a newspaper. So we are talking about a sunset industry. And the folks who rely on paper these days are mostly people like my parents, seniors, and folks who are not going to transition to digital. And as those folks move on, we're going to see an eventual situation where there is not going to be any demand for a paper product. I think there is no doubt about that. So what I see this doing is sending a clear message to our struggling local newspaper outlets that we are supporting them as they adjust to the eventual reality of nobody is going to be reading the news holding paper in their hands. So I'd like to see us continue to pursue this motion.
Maybe I'll take a straw poll at this point. Who would like to see us move forward at this point? And I guess the alternative is, sorry, no, I'll try. Who would like to see us pull back and reconsider if we can reframe this for bringing forward in a future year? I think that's the suggestion from Mayor Herford, is to work on refining this a bit before we bring it forward. Is that accurate, Mayor Herford? Is that your?
I think whether it's bring forward at a future year or round of when we address these like we are now, or maybe deeper into that sort of renewal process if there's some refinement of the policy. So I'm fine to step back now and look for where maybe a more appropriate place is to consider supporting a direction as their renewal process sort of works its way through. So if that makes it all the way to next year, then so be it. And if it passes by us, that's also okay. But I think this one's not all the way there yet, and there's more pieces of the landscape I'd like to understand before we go lobbying the province on the issue.
Okay, so just to be clear, this what I'm polling on is not that we just completely abandon this; it's that we don't tackle it for this LMLGA. Are people okay with not tackling this issue at this LMLGA? All those in favor? Okay, opposed? I guess this is more of a straw poll. So okay, so it looks like majority would rather refine this. So I guess, Mr. Valeriote, did you want to speak to any of the other changes to any of the other ones?
Excuse me. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just add that a letter to the minister is also a possibility rather than going through UBCM on the newspaper's EPR. I don't have the words speak for themselves. I don't have anything to add on the resolutions the way they're written. I'll just note that they've been worked on by a couple of councillors and open to suggestions for edits or other.
Mayor Herford?
Could you clarify the first two motions around the understanding BC Hydro's electrification capacity and the permissive tax exemptions for religious organizations? I've been involved in changes in the other two. So have there been changes to that since last we saw them?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Pickett's made a few minor edits to the electrification capacity. Sorry, I don't have them tracked for you, but they weren't that substantial, and the permissive tax exemptions is as it was written originally presented.
Okay, thank you.
I guess a question I would have, the hydro one makes reference to the southwestern BC electrical grid. Do we know, is that because there's a technological shortcoming in that particular grid, or and I guess I'm sort of wondering, we have to think about applicable to LMLJ, but also UBCM, and I wonder if this southwestern focus sort of invalidates this to some degree for UBCM, and so I'm just wondering if that southwestern BC part is important. Councillor Anderson.
Councillor Pettingill, I agree with your suggestion or your comment, and there are two grids in BC. One is the Kootenays, and one is the rest of the province. So there actually isn't a southwestern BC grid per se. The Kootenays being private producers there, and some of those communities are on a different grid altogether. But I think that it's a superfluous reference.
Yeah, I'd suggest we just drop that southwestern BC bit out, and perhaps there's areas that do have capacity and there's areas that don't. So just whether there is existing capacity, I don't think diminishes the point in any way, and may broaden its its support if it moves to the, particularly to the UBCM level. So I'm fine with dropping that out if everyone's okay with that.
So I'm not seeing any other hands. Councillor French, were you about to? So I did have a question, Councillor French. I was sort of wondering about the relationship between culture and religion, and wondering if we'd had conversations or if we've had an opportunity, and if I wonder if you wanted to speak to that.
So the last time that we discussed this, Councillor Pettingill, you suggested that a productive next step could be to reach out to the multi-faith organization. I did that, and I got some feedback. And I think that the most telling feedback for me is what I didn't hear. So I wasn't overwhelmed with individual churches or individual groups getting back to me with any feedback, which maybe says to me either they're super busy and didn't get to it, or they're not too terribly worried about this. So the few people that I did hear back from were cautiously, they were cautious about the whole thing. And I think that the number one fear was around, is this potentially opening the door to attack religion, to put religion in negative light? And that's certainly not my motivation. And in the folks that I've been in communication with this, I've reassured them that that's not where I'm coming from, and I don't get the sense from this group that as a collective, it's not where we're going to. But there's certainly a fear that in the future, a different council body and more globally across the province could have different views to us and potentially use these changes, if they come about, to have negative impacts on faith groups. So, but again, getting back to the lack of response for me is more telling, in that there doesn't seem to be a significant amount of worry around a change in this direction with faith groups.
Okay, thank you. I guess for my perspective, since I'm the one that asked the question, I still have some hesitation or a little bit of apprehension, especially when it gets a little bit away from religion and crosses over into culture, which there's a relationship there. But I am, comfortable supporting this going to LMLGA and hearing that discussion and having that discussion with our peers across the province. So that's where I am personally. Mayor Herford?
Yeah, something that comes to mind and isn't necessarily, or might exist in our community, but I don't know, is that so just underutilized land, and we're in a housing crisis. And if some of these institutions hold swaths of land, which does happen from time to time, that they're motivated to engage with municipalities in general to address things like our housing shortage and our and affordable housing needs. So as one example that this regulation may facilitate discussions such as that. So I think it's totally reasonable to pursue this. And I think this discussion in that broader context, both at LMLGA and potentially at UBCM, could be an interesting one with lots of perspectives. But I think it's totally appropriate to continue moving forward. I'm happy with the wording that's there to do so. So it's fine.
So are there questions or comments about the remaining resolutions, Council? Okay, seeing none, then I would propose a resolution that we recommend that Council, or that we forward the Understanding BC Hydro's electrification capacity resolution with the removal of Southwestern BC, the permissive tax exemption for religious organizations resolution, and the two large infrastructure project impact resolutions to the special meeting. Okay, Mayor Herford, are you willing to second that, I guess?
Yeah, I think what we would do would actually be to sort of approve these to go to LMLG, and then we'd ratify it the next. I think is the procedural step. Is that correct? Or I'll just look to Ms. Arthurs to make sure we're doing the right thing at the right time, because we're.
You can move the whole batch forward to the special, and then at the special, you would say that the required wording that LMLGA has, that, what is it, Terry, that council support forwarding the resolution to the MLGA annual meeting or whatever it is on whatever date. And then you do that for each one individually at the special.
So the resolution then, the simple resolution, just to forward these to the special meeting.
The only time you would want to separate them out right now would be as if there's some uncertainty as to whether or not it's a unanimous moving them forward, or whether some councillors still had concerns or wording changes right now. And then you would do it individually.
Yes. Oh, so, okay. So I'll move that we forward the resolutions to the special for ratification. Okay, Councillor Stoner seconds. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Motion to terminate the committee of the whole. Councillor Stoner, second by Mayor Herford. And no discussion. Everyone's in favor. Great. I'll do it